Good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. We're going to start this trial from day one. I know it's on day 3, but we're going to be able to fast forward. So we'll catch up to them real quick. But we're going to start this trial of Taylor Schabusiness. She is wild. So this is the opening statements on day 1. And yeah, like I said, we're going to start on day 1 so everybody can start off, see where we're starting off. And then we'll catch up to them. They're on day 3 today. So we will catch up with them real quick.
Then considers things like the admissibility of this testimony in that phase, the court doesn't necessarily need to view it from that same level of protection that's typically entitled to a defendant when they have a constitutional right to present a defense. And I certainly can cite case law for the court on that point. State v. Maggot is instructive on that. 2014 WI 67 essentially talks in great deal about the bifurcated process and the rights that a defendant is entitled to as it relates to that NGI presentation.
Okay. Well, I received the report this morning, so I haven't even had a chance to review it. So at the risk of hearing all the same arguments again, which I don't want to do, Mr. Freilich, any response to any of that at this particular point?
Yes. I had been in contact with Dr. O'Donnell. He had to review information and he gave me an opinion for trial. That's what the court wanted me to do. I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to do phase 1. This would apply to phase 2 if it even gets to that point. But I haven't had much of an opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided. But I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we could take up at a later point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay. Then as soon as the jury arrives, we'll get underway. I will instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do, and then we'll get underway with opening statements. As I indicated on Friday, opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. You'll get a warning at about when you have about 5 minutes left. And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled. Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
The jury's ready? Bring it in. Why don't you say standing till everybody gets in? I can see you talking about it, so no problem. All right, be seated. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. The first thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try to issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat. The next thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be 12 that are going to be in deliberations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that process, we have a number of alternates. The purpose of an alternate is to ensure that if someone takes ill or can't return or for any reason finds that they can no longer participate in the process, we will continue to have 12. Because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra. At the end of the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select 4 of you who are going to be excused and won't participate in the deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday, and I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help you better understand the process. In this case, Taylor Schabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case: not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial that is separated into 2 phases. Your verdict will be taken at the end of each phase. You are to consider only the issues presented to you during each phase. You are not to consider any issues other than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will make this determination solely upon the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During this first phase, you will not be asked to determine whether, at the time of the incident, the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence in this case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Thyrion to death using a dog collar. That he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him, his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Pakanich is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that's sort of abuts the driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Here's a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down
If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence in this case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Thyrion to death using a dog collar. That after he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him, his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Pakanich is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that sort of abuts the driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Here's a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she sees what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene. Sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry, that kind of storage area. And right next to the stairs, there's a 5-gallon bucket that you get at a home center. And she lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's a beach towel. And unfortunately, sees essentially a mother's worst nightmare. That her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused. Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend. Officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, obviously confirming the information that was reported to law enforcement about Shad's circumstances. How they find the bucket, and it has parts of Shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not a significant amount of blood on the walls and the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant, and she's providing them information, but no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood-soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of Shad. There's bags a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. You'll hear all about that. Officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use, which the defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with the situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, old minivan, there's additional legs of Shad in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Trinquita. He's our medical examiner at the time. He will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Trinquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. And 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, a Schabusiness, before this offense, and they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person. And you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially literally caught red-handed, blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing, there's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of this offense. And you'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Shad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act. It's not one pull of a gun trigger. It's an intense act. You'll hear about that from Vincent Trinquita, Dr. Trinquita as well. She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes until you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement, told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to cleaning up, avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or Shad's. Blood on the knives, some of the knives that are used is Shad's. Clothing item, as I mentioned, black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the 3 crimes that the judge read off earlier: first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, or dismembering a corpse, and then third-degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you. But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count 1, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that. And it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime. You'll hear a lot about that. And third-degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these 4 walls, what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to 1, the defendant is guilty of these 3 crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices, February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all 3 crimes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassay, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job, and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors, beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, Taylor Schabusiness is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the District Attorney's Office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses. And if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Denise Schabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport, and they had classes together. And they were, when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakanich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakenich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. There'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home. It's got a loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakanich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. It has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that both of them will indicate that they really did not see Taylor Schabusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations that the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakanich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and the daughter, Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No Taylor Schabusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house. But obviously there was some investigation, and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture or a clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened. And so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That I submit was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, Thoms. And law enforcement officers came over there, and my client came out of the apartment complex, and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment one. That was Taylor's apartment, Scott Thoms. He was ordered to lay on the ground, and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case, law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Thoms, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box, and there were some human body parts in there. In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Trinquita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He's the DNA analyst for the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab. And his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There was sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there's boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kurt Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022, and that he confirmed.
I told y'all this case was really, really bad. So, again, trigger warning. I'll put one down at the bottom. Just as forewarning, it is definitely a case that is, wow. Yeah. So if you got to step out, I understand. If you can't stay, I get it. I understand. It is pretty gruesome. So she, yeah. And she did attack her. She did attack her attorney. We'll see it later. I don't know why, Miss Lovely. I have no idea, but his mother found him in the bucket, like with his man parts underneath of him. Like, I mean, I've seen people do drugs, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody, go off the deep end like this. Yeah, little minx, it's really bad. Blank Screen said I'm gonna change my name to Blank Shabusiness. We needed a good laugh. So we're about to get real boring real fast because we're gonna go over this trial. It's wild, y'all. It is wild. And yes, his mother found him in her basement in a bucket at the bottom of the steps. Could you imagine seeing your son and him leave with his girlfriend or be downstairs in the basement with his girlfriend? And next thing you know, she goes downstairs and finds her son's head in a fucking bucket. I can't even. When Nicolina Cuby, my ex, went off the deep end and did some serious damage to me. It was meth fuel. Oh my God, girl, I'm sorry. Meth is one hell of a fucking drug. And I tell you what, there's so much bullshit in it that it's almost scary when somebody that, has mental health issues or anything like that, and they do drugs, and it just like, it makes it like 20 times worse, 100 times worse, than you watch the part where Mom will be on 911 soon. She's got to be in shock because she's so calm. Yes, meth does. It turns people into absolute monsters. Absolute monsters. And today, I know today's day 3. See, we're a couple hours behind, but I did this so that we could watch from the beginning because, not everybody even knows anything about this case. So I wanted to watch from the beginning so we could all be on the same page. And, by the end of the day, we'll be on the same day they are. But today is day 3 where they are at, and they're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. She took a picture of herself with Jeffrey Dahmer. So, I mean, I don't know. This woman, she's definitely has some problems for sure.
Conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Pakenich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady. She was 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer T.J. Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex, and he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. He saw that gold van parked outside, and he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not Taylor Schabusiness was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there's a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Groff and Detective Kempf and my client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness. And they talked, and Detective Groff asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. In a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts. Listen to what every witness has to say carefully and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always 2 sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred, what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Saunders, are you ready to call your first witness? Yes.
Your Honor, maybe we have just a very brief sidebar before the first witness.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state calls Amy Shannon.
raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
Before we go on, I wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio play shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So I'm just going to take a minute and see if we can get it done quickly. I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody after we get this out.
My name's Miss Rebel.
So I'll keep those. It's loading again, so it's reloading. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take, but.
Just a court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions. They're relatively brief.
Sure, why don't we do that? That will give us some more time, so go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you were employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications, which is the 911 Dispatch Center.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 dispatch center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement, ambulance services, and fire departments within Brown County. As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence for 120 days. As were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We are just the holders of that evidence.
And if a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 center given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe at 3:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
And at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the recording as an exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Please listen carefully. Some parts might be hard to understand.
Okay, I have this on 1.25. Do you guys want me to slow it down to normal speed for the call?
Brown County Public Safety, how may I help you? Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woke me up that swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, S-T-O-N-E-Y?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just L-Y.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what the fuck it is. Pardon my language, I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay, did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah.
And whose head is it?
She's claiming it's her son.
How old is her son?
24, 20, 25?
Has he been missing, or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling, and now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay, is she with you right now?
Yes, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay, all right, stay on the line. And, you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I lifted the toe, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket.
There's something in the goddamn bucket there.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that?
I don't think so. I went down and there's something in the damn bucket. I don't know, man. She's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Pakenich.
How do you spell that?
Oh, holy shit. You want to spell it? Pakanich.
N-I-C-H. What's her first name?
Petra. P-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay, what's her date of birth?
What's your date of birth? Yes, you can.
Hello?
Hi, Kara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Pretty positive my son's head is in a bucket, my own bucket in my basement.
What makes you think that?
Because I looked in the bucket,
And what did you see?
exactly what I told you.
Okay, where's the rest of the body at?
No idea.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And he doesn't normally stay here. He was going to stay here for a few days. He got left the laundry. He was here a couple hours. Then he left with Taylor. And they had some big Taylor,
Who's that?
girl, Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her
Girl,
last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
All right. That is
He went to middle school and high school with her. I don't know if he doesn't live with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assume they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday. And he's 25, and I'm going to basement.
All right.
What do you do it, you know what I mean?
All right, well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start, and I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom, the lights were out in the basement. I turned them off, and I looked around, and no one was there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they're out here all day yesterday, they were pissing in a bucket. And I looked, and that's not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Shad Thyrion,
Chad.
S-H-A-D,
How do you spell his last name?
T-H-Y-R-I-O-N,
What's his date of birth?
9797.
Is there,
Honestly, I think,
is there blood down there?
no.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now, okay?
Head over.
Okay, I'll go down there.
I guess just stay away from it. Just stay away from it.
From that area, but we're on the second level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay, yeah.
We can answer the door and stuff.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping.
Excuse me?
My 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping.
Okay.
They do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay, just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try, okay?
My heart can jump out of my head for being so.
And, I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
I'm not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Fraley?
No.
All right, that exhibit will be received.
I have no further questions for Ms. Shannon.
All right, Mr. Fraley, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Good morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
All calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system. And regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded. It stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording that we just heard, was that then downloaded to a disc or something?
Yes. And then we also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in house.
So is it your testimony that you preserved that tape from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the district attorney's office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the district attorney's office,
Then they kept it in their custody?
as far as I know.
Okay. But 911 dispatch center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors can. But they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes.
Okay, off the server?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. State's next witness.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
Officer, if you just want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you on your oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Officer Alex Wanish, Wanish.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you. And with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer with Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2019.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with City of Manitowoc.
So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Correct.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side, I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, I did.
But were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Blonke arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened when you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend, and we started talking to them. And then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Blonke remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. What was that, Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name was Tara.
Tara, okay. And Officer Blonke stayed with those individuals?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off,
Yes.
I had Officer Blonke come downstairs and just verify we had, in fact, found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today.
Yes, I did.
If you were able to observe that here in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thanks, Gil.
You're gonna hear the cop at one point in time say, "Oh my fucking god."
All right, I'm playing Exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it because I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision. And she's like, is that what I think it is? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck is it?
Do you want to stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Yeah.
Where's it at?
So right there, look right, there's a bucket where it's smaller.
Just keep my eyes. Dude, it is. Come here. Hold on one second. Jeez. Oh. Let's just. Okay. Hold on. Just. That's real, right? That's real low. Oh, I get 4 Ed 1 to 82 Sam. I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing, so we're going to need more units here. if there's anybody supposed to be here. Was that Fred one? No, for right now. If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got 2 people in the house for sure.
And for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes, 59 seconds was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
The objection?
No objection.
The Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, which door to the residence did you enter through?
It would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of the human body, no.
Okay. Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
After you and Officer Blonke, was that the officer who was also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was the next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had 2 other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
Okay. And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintained the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Blonke, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintained?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes.
It's behind it?
It would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city. So Officer Blonke and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the male that you heard on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakenich?
Yes.
And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Blonke, correct?
That is correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes.
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
That is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakenich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement.
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakanich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter, Ava Wheelock. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, is it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
Yes.
It's right off the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And this was at nighttime, correct?
Yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seemed to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And did both Mr. Hendricks and Miss Pakenich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
Yes.
Did they indicate that Shad Thyrion would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
Yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement
Correct.
and you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes.
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
Correct.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes.
Was the open room to the right?
Yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything over the bucket?
There was a striped towel.
And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Now, did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
Okay. When did you put those gloves on? Do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I got out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car because I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
You removed the towel?
I did remove the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Blonke to come and take a look as well?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Once it was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
Was it just allowed to lay on the floor, or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
Do you know if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakenich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us, as far as Stephen couldn't tell what it was and Tara was positive it was her sunset.
You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes.
Did they come right away?
Yes,
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
that's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody else in there?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Okay. Did you see Taylor Schabusiness in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping.
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our protective sweep, she was woken up.
Okay. And then did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakenich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsmar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Okay. Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And who were you relieved by?
Officers of Wiki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Blonke?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence, the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakenich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Did you confirm if any vehicle belonging to Taylor Schabusiness was in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
Yes.
What was his role?
When I requested the supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
And did he come into the residence?
Yes, he did.
Did he go down to the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did because he assisted with the protective sweep.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And Did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that he wasn't able to see what was in the bucket?
Yeah, you did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? Right. Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Officer Ethan Blonke.
Come right up here, officer, and then before you have a seat, you can turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Blonke. I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
And then, sir, if you can just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
Just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And I want to ask you, officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane?
I
that
do.
day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the two individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakanich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone into the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away, and in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Stephen, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Stephen to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, by they I mean Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
Well, after they were transported,
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Frill.
Thank you. Officer Blonke, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Steven, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street
Yes.
and the two of you officers walked up.
Yes.
And it was dark outside. There was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit?
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakenich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belonged to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Miss Pakenich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor of the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Stephen and Tara.
Okay. Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out.
Correct.
And you maintained things upstairs.
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes.
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and you couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakenich was in a state of shock too. Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then did she, what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Miss Pakenich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakenich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After, I'll start. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement, you looked inside the bucket several times?
Yes.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
And at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right?
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the towel?
I believe I would also have seen the towel, yes.
Where was that sitting? Was it right on the floor next to the bucket or?
It might have been. I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
backup officers arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakenich, Stephen Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand when you were there? I mean, Tara Pakenich, Steve Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock. Were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Stephen might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Stephen and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe that it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there.
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address, and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like the reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook?
It would have encompassed the front door.
And the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 5 after 10. We'll take about a 10-minute break and be back at 10:15. I'll rise for the adjournment. Sergeant Brester. Okay, sir, if you want to come right up here, and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and raise your right hand and place hand roll.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Brester, B-R-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay, and the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct, yes.
But you still work patrol?
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year at about 3:24 a.m. Did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Blonke arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there, I guess what happened?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside, and he explained to me what he had seen in the basement of his residence. And that's when I entered the residence at that time.
And what did you do when you entered?
So I made contact with 2 individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the 2 individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other 2 adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence?
Yes.
Including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of the human body, no.
And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related material?
Yes, there were red spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
a piece that would appear to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay, so with the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And what did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised, or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sergeant Brester, morning. You were on uniform patrol on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adam district, correct?
Yes, I was on other call at the time.
Okay. And were you asked to come over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you hear something from dispatch? Did they give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
Sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Blonke and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside to the residence?
Yes.
And who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Stephen.
And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not that they're saying, I don't know if they're in shock, but they were, he appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think, there was nothing out of the ordinary at the time.
you were able to converse with them?
Yes.
And then were you asked to go down to the basement to check it out?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down to the basement, and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was, and we found the bucket at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And there was what appeared to be some kind of toweling or cloth over the bucket, and we opened it up, and I confirmed that it appeared to be a human severed head.
Okay. And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there? Blonke and
I
Wanish?
believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the two adults.
Okay, just to maintain.
Right.
And then did you decide to call for additional assistance?
We did at that time, yes.
Was it your call?
Yes.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, a floor level, and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember the upstairs. I believe there's an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I remember for sure the basement and the first floor.
Okay. You found no other people besides Tara, Stephen, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Schabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakenich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say within the first 20 minutes, half hour I was there.
Okay. And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Whose bedroom?
Miss Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left. And then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south, with the living room on your right and the bedroom on the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay. And that's all there is to the first floor.
Yes.
It's a very small house, correct?
Yes, smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah.
There's a separate garage there.
There was a detached garage, correct?
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakenich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Wanish and Blonke, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did outside, yes.
Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakenich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I could recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Ava Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
And then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so much.
Did we direct?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. And your next witness, Mr. Saunders.
State called Stephen Hendricks.
Stephen Hendricks was the other person on the phone that called 911.
Okay, sir, if you just want to step up over here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter not from the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the microphone. So we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
All right, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Is it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes,
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50,
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay.
And does he still live on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
West Side.
How long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara,
And what's Tara's last name?
Pakenich.
And are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes,
And how long has that been?
almost 3 years.
And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah,
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
part-time Ava,
And
her
who's,
daughter.
who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And she still a juvenile?
Yes,
Did Tara have any other children who on occasion would be at the house?
yes,
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes,
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess, what was that arrangement?
it was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry and whatnot.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes,
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
yes,
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
yes,
On that date, did you have contact with Shad on that date?
yes.
And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different occasions.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes,
And who did you go to dinner with?
with Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Yes, East Side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3-ish maybe. I'm not positive, but
And then were you there for a little bit of time?
yes.
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
And you went home. Do you mean the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes,
And who is that?
that was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was prior to that day?
I met her several times.
And I guess, how did you meet her? I guess, what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you would have contact
Well,
with Taylor?
yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
Just that one occasion.
And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
So he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago. Do you remember what time they would have left the house?
Not exactly.
By that point, was it dark out or still light?
I believe it was still light out.
And at any point that night, did Shad return to the home?
1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
And what happened when Shad got home in the morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key. Yes.
And did you open the door for him?
Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house. Yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Is that kind of
It's kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is it that, whenever people are entering or leaving
It's
that
always,
home?
it's always backside door.
And so Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah.
Was anyone with him?
Yes.
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for him?
They came in and went right downstairs.
In that time, in that 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No.
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
Yes.
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
No.
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, Did you have contact with Taylor then?
Yes, she came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No,
So then when Taylor and Shad then
Hold on. If they were using meth, I wonder if they were acting out. You know, like I wonder how they didn't know unless they went in and went straight downstairs to their bedroom. I don't know. I mean, most of the time when somebody's on drugs like that, you can usually tell. So it's kind of odd that they didn't have any kind of inkling that they were using any drugs at all, you know?
go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
straight down the steps,
So it's
right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
so they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs and back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes,
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that Shad keeps his stuff in, and then Ava's room. That's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where's-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that point?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Do you remember when that was?
It was about 9:30 a.m.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes,
Would that be the 22nd?
the 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning, and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes in the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did you take those glasses?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess, were they like, what kind of glasses were
They're
they?
just black glasses, black frame readers. They're just cheaters.
But like a black, is it like a thicker frame?
No, not really.
But just like more than a wire frame?
Yeah, it's just they're black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time you had contact with Taylor there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was wearing.
So then the rest of that day, the 22nd there, what are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No,
And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
it wasn't far after that. About 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Probably, yeah. That's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking, and I came home and passed out.
Anything, out of the ordinary that you remember seeing?
No,
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
no.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Do you remember anything happening of note in that early morning of the 23rd?
Except for when I was woken up, you mean? Other than that,
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up. Yes,
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Chad, her son's. That's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
Sure. So do you remember what time this would have been?
It had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you said you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes.
And Tara had woken you up?
Yes, after she heard her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling
I
you?
don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point, she comes back and tells you
Yes.
some information.
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything, so we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
So I guess what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed the bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out, but all I seen was like hair like an animal or something. I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, contemplate what to do, I think you said?
We go back up to the second floor bedroom, and I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
If, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes. I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. I mean, she woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then it took me about 10 minutes to get through because I didn't call 911. I called the police department.
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
So after that point, did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah.
And did you go down to the police department then and speak further with officers?
Well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think they escorted us to the Green Bay Police Department at that time.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Frederick.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Good morning.
Shad Thyrion is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakenich, correct?
Yes.
He's not your son, right?
Right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No.
He lived with his father, Michael Thyrion, correct?
Correct.
He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that.
Sure.
And to come and visit you and Tara, his mom.
Well, more Tara.
Okay. But you knew him, right?
Yes.
You had only met Taylor Schabusiness one time before?
Prior to that, yes.
And that was a brief meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Thyrion?
That was my understanding.
And that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that.
The last time you saw Shad Thyrion was when?
About 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so. Monday.
And was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakenich and then with Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
Okay. You had some dinner there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Appetizers.
Okay. Some drinks?
Yep.
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
Yes.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes.
Do you know what time?
Not exactly. It's still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then you didn't see him again?
Not till late that night.
On February 22nd of 2022?
Yeah, I think that's what it would be, 22nd by then, because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay. That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, it was key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion then went right down the basement?
Yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
You remember when the police came to your house on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes,
You were waiting for them, correct?
yes.
You're the one that actually called 911?
Yeah, I didn't call 911. I called the police department,
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department, non-emergency line?
non-emergency line, yes.
Okay. And then you asked to have someone come over?
Yep.
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
Yes, 2 officers.
And that's at that side door, correct?
Correct,
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
correct,
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine.
Okay, what kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester.
Okay, and Tara?
She has a Volkswagen.
Okay, and they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
Yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes,
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
They went down in the basement?
Yep,
And where did you go?
I sat at the table where they told us not to move.
Okay, you followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakenich? Was she
She's
sitting
right
at the
next to
table?
me,
Okay.
yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time, and right around the time they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay. Did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes,
Do you have issues with your vision?
a little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes,
Okay. Glasses help, right?
yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Can you see, are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir, you
Yeah.
didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry.
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakenich was seeing things. Is that correct?
Having mental issues. I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just I got woke up out of bed sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out, fair?
Oh yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but I was aware that I needed to get up.
And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakenich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? No, after you went to the basement, you came back up, and did you talk with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do.
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or
I
not?
didn't know whether to call 911 or I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay. All right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
You redirect.
No, you're on, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Then I'd ask the witness to be excused from any subpoena and sequestration order. Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order. Your next witness then?
State calls Tara Pakenich.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Tara Pakenich.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
We have a brief sidebar, Your Honor.
You may. I'm going to have you accompany the bailiff to the jury room, and we'll be back within 5 minutes or so. All rise for the jury.
Throughout that day?
Yes,
How about people's voices? Did you hear any people's voices on the night of the 22nd to the 23rd?
I heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Okay, so this is day 1, part 2. We're gonna put it on and fly through it so we can get to day number 2, and they are on day 3 today. So that's kind of why I did it, so we could fly through these, listen to them, and then get caught up with day number 3. So we're going to put it on 1.25 and keep listening.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that date, the 22nd or the 23rd?
No.
Do you recall specifically anything that the female voice had said?
No.
Did you hear 2 voices or 1 voice or more than 2 voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to, or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
And how were you awakened on that day?
I was awakened to bang on my door from the police.
What happened when the police banged on your door?
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
And did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ava.
Mr. Fairley, cross-examination.
Ava, how are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes, when I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay. Where did your brother go to high school?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw.
Sustained.
I can withdraw. So you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
Yes.
And your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Huh?
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
He's got a car, right?
Yes.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house, do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to your dad's wedding, that was on February 22nd, is that right? I
Yes.
think it was a Tuesday, right?
I believe so.
At some point, the wedding was over and you went to your mom's to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and Steve's car?
Yes.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from dad's wedding.
Okay. So did you pull behind the van then?
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
You went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No.
And you went in your bedroom. Did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
And then did you go to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No.
But it was in the evening
Yes.
after dinner time?
I don't know.
When you came in the house, did you ever see Taylor Schabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022?
No.
Did you see your brother Shad Thyrion in the house on that date?
No.
Did you ever hear his voice?
No.
How about Taylor's voice? Did you hear her voice?
Mumbles.
You didn't know who it was, though, correct?
Yes.
Did you go in the basement on February 22nd, that Tuesday?
No.
Did you go in the basement after you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door
Yes.
and you woke up then?
Yes.
And then you went to the kitchen?
Yes.
And did they have you sit by the kitchen table?
Yes.
And then you waited for further directions, correct?
Yes.
And then is it true that at some point then you, your mom, and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
Yes.
Your brother, Shad Thyrion, would he have people come over oftentimes to play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
Well, it goes to people coming in the house, people that he would invite over.
Objection. Ask another question.
How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't any kind of set schedule. Is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule. Is that true?
Yeah.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Did you get up on February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
Okay. When you went to bed, you were out. Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
Yes.
You didn't wake up to go get something to eat or anything like that?
No.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
Kind of like a finished basement, right?
Yes.
And then there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, in your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then the upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom.
Yes.
And when you were there on February 22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that the state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
Right. Very good. You can step down. State's next witness.
Judge, I think we could call another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for an hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch. And I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room, ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
I can't help but look at this judge and and think, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like, just his facial expressions say it all to me. Just pay attention to his face, guys.
I know. Nobody cares what I said. We'll get there when we're good and ready.
He reminds me of B. Tim.
we're back on the record then. Anything to bring up before the jury comes back in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
Counsel, my thought on the issue related to Dr. O'Donnell is to have the attorney's report tomorrow morning at 8:15 and have the jury in the juror room at 8:45. That'll give us 30 minutes to address this issue. It'll give me a chance this evening to read over Mr. Freilich's submittal, and then I'll give you a decision then. Sound reasonable?
That's fine.
Mr. Freilich?
Yes, would the court in that time allow Dr. O'Donnell to be on the phone to confer with the court if you needed to ask him some questions?
I'm not sure.
Or provide
about-
testimony?
About what? I mean, I
Or-
don't think this isn't, I don't think a Dauber hearing. At the same time, I don't know that courts necessarily are mandated to take testimony at a Dauber hearing. My understanding, but I haven't read the submittals, which makes it a little bit difficult, is I don't think the state's objection is necessarily qualifications as to, for example, pharmacology or things of that nature. It's one of relevance. But maybe Mr. Lizette, you brought that up earlier.
So I think it's possible that portions of the amended report wander into areas where the doctor is not qualified to render an opinion, but I don't think he phrases it that way. He phrases it as something that he viewed in other reports. So he phrases that as his review of other people's reports. I question the accuracy of his review because he mentions a condition that none of the other professionals in this case suggest that the defendant has. But to the extent that he's not going to offer a diagnosis, then I don't think there's really a Dauber relative to his qualifications. But to the extent that he's offering a diagnosis, that is something he would not be, in my view, qualified to render.
Okay, well, then I think what we're gonna do is this, because it sounds like it could be more extensive than what I thought. I'm gonna have you here at 8:15 tomorrow. The jury will come in at 8:30, and then tonight I'll read the submittal from Mr. Freilich, because all this is coming in very late. First thing I want to say is this is precisely what I tried to avoid with the schedule that I gave you guys. Doing exactly what we're doing. We're doing exactly what I tried to avoid doing. But I have to read it now first in order to figure out what the next thing we need to do is. So, the notion that I need testimony from Dr. O'Donnell, I can't even tell you whether that's something I need or not because I haven't read it yet, and I won't be able to do that till this evening. So tomorrow morning at 8:15, we'll bring the jury in at 8:30, and then from there, which means that you'll probably get a decision from me right before you need to know the answer. And I'm sure everybody would love to have a decision a little bit earlier than that so they could plan, but that just won't happen. So anyways, I'm a little bit frustrated, but certainly that'll pass. Anything else we need to talk about? I think we've already done this. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right. Very good. Then we'll bring the jury back in. In the afternoon session, so the case is still with the state, and I will turn to you, Mr. Saunders. So, Mr. Lizette, go ahead. Call your next witness.
The state will call Petra Schwab.
If you want to step up right over here and just walk right up here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter. Now, we kind of close, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Petra Schwab.
And then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. All right. And then with that, Mr. Lizette, the witness is yours.
Ms. Schwab, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am employed by the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
My current position is the Director of Operations.
And how long have you been employed with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And do you have experience in that general field prior to your work with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that experience?
I did both my studies and initial employment in Cape Town, South Africa.
And what type of work did you do in Cape Town that was consistent with this type of medical examiner work?
I was mainly involved in the investigation of deaths which were fire related.
And can you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Life Science. And in South Africa, we have a one-year postgraduate degree, which is called an honors degree. And that degree is in biological anthropology. I then did my master's degree in biomedical forensic science.
And what other positions have you held at the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation on scene, the initial assessment on scene, and then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Trinquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Trinquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Trinquita stationed out of?
Dr. Trinquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February of 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get called from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular day, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to, so I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need, and then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Trinquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time, seeing that they would be coming up from Madison. We just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Trinquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I had discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something that it's typical that you would do if you're able to prior to the arrival of the doctor?
Yes.
And were you able to collect identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes. Law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Trinquita arrived, so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Trinquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we made the decision to use smaller body bags. So essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out for the bucket. It was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement. And there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip to towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that may have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement?
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos at the same time we were, and then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or, I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it, and they seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin, and so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage, and we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
Oh my God, you guys.
So
wow.
the torso with the arms attached, there would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the four containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the four containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No, there were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in four separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that they really, as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area, but there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and there seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Was it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation?
Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be, how would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected, and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know if parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from a body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially
Objection,
be.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Not as offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Trinquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crockpot box outside of the van, and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet, and then we unpacked what was found in the crockpot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
Where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed location since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
I want to talk through it, but I don't want to just like distract you guys. I don't want to be distracting and then stop it and have to, and then have it take 10 years to get through this because we are a couple days behind. That's why I'm trying to rush through playing this so we can get caught up.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Can you identify that?
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
The objection.
No objection.
4 is received.
And then, can you describe for the record Exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Thyrion, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
Mayor, I would move for the admission of Exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Fraley?
No objection to admission of Exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
Overrule the objection. You can publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in Exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene, and then again, prior to autopsy, before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they documented too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Trinquita?
Correct.
Is it Trinquita?
Trinquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down to the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. How long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before he went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down,
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
so to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay. You looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
You see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
You see a round table down there?
Yeah.
Lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe the Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Trinquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement. Okay.
So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry?
When did you put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves on?
No, when?
Oh, when? Yeah. We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Trinquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in the bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser, then is that when you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes, after the blue bag on the dresser, we would have then turned our attention to a black and pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that there were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was no, it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it?
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
What'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes,
And where was that?
that would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote,
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
blankets?
It could have been blankets. It could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No,
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them.
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo and the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that the inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male, at that point we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook, it was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you. You can handle these edits, Cam. You can just- Okay. Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State Boss Michelle Zarneski.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on your oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michelle Zarneski. MICHELLECZARNESKI.
And with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an associate's degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes.
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that?
Correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you're doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
Okay. And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged, sterile. We typically have an assistant help us, so if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab, and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination, and then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo, a shot bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located.
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, I'll ask, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you exhibit 8. Do you recognize exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
Can I ask you about one of those in particular? First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
And is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
And is that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned Miss Andre is with you as well.
Yes.
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
Correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our offsite storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that?
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about those were items we talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the shot bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
All right, and that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
While counsel's reviewing those exhibits, were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who was physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process? I'm going to show you exhibits 10 to 15, and I'll ask you to thumb through those, and then I'll let me know when you've completed.
Okay.
Do you recognize exhibits 10 through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the shot bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the shot bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And exhibit 15 is a photograph of a crackpot box.
Are all those photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in some of your duties sometimes, I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is a light that uses specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement, and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. When you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then, if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zarneski. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Schwab and Public Safety come in with their crime light auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
In assist.
So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
No, I was called by now Captain Bagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
Okay. That's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at
Yes.
the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement, or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes.
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did. Correct.
And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay. So you both took video footage or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay. Trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you were told to wait until that process was complete. Is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pakala arrived as well.
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs.
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County investigator Petra Schwab came there?
Correct.
And also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Trinquita, he also arrived?
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
There were some cell phones on the kitchen table. Those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, or two blue ones and a black one.
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
And then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones. Is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal powder,
Yes.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Did you go with Dr. Trinquita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with Doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags and then there was some human remains in there as well.
And then did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Trinquita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor
By a dresser or a bed?
next to the mattresses on the
Okay,
floor.
thank you. And did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes.
I gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay, down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box, on a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the
see
one
what was
who
in it?
located it.
You located it,
I didn't locate it. I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
but then you went to take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, you did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is it? on
No,
there?
that would be fingerprint coater.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on, do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do
It
you
was
know?
morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Trinquita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5?
I don't recall those exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear.
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed?
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened?
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed it, the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. opened the door and I seen the crock pot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crock pot box, correct?
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch, just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box?
Correct.
And who processed that?
Dr. Trinquita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crock pot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the
No.
hatch? You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then when the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples?
Correct.
Dust for prints?
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Why did you have Holly Mays there for Schwab on that?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had. It was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Okay.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Are you offering those exhibits?
Yeah, I can do it now. I would move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, could we take a short break? I need to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes. All rise for the adjournment. Thank you. Okay, be seated. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Bailey.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right, can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Zarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
And I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
Yeah. So I went to UW-Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, then I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
So I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
So what was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Zarneski?
Yes.
All right. So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Zarneski.
Okay. So your role was kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right.
I'm trying to fast forward through this. Like I said, I'm trying to get caught up. We're on day one, part 2. So we still have day 2 to get through. That's 8 hours. So I'm trying to speed through these day 1 and day 2 so we can be caught up. Might take us a day or two.
I'm going to show you the marks, exhibits 16 through 54. You could look at those and let me know when you're done.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean for that to be ringing off in your ear.
You had the chance to review all those exhibits?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize each of those exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're taking these photographs, actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Zarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
Yes.
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
Yes.
So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue. But I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as to exhibit 45, there's an objection that it's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Zarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
Yes.
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the off-site storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a Town and Country minivan.
Remember the color?
Gold.
And at that point, it had already been transferred to the Green Bay Police Department facility?
Yes.
And what was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay.
All right, if you guys don't care, I'm gonna fast forward through this shit. It's like super boring to me when they're not, you know what I mean, when they're not saying anything.
Presumptive
So,
indicator.
I don't want to miss it. But look at his face. The judge's face kills me. If you want to know what I'm doing, I'm watching his face.
Your involvement with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Zarneski with the swabs. Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts?
Correct.
Okay. Are you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess when you...
Oh my God, are you guys reading Yep's comments? They know, I don't know if it's a man or a woman, but they know a lot about this case and they've been watching. Look what they said. Generally, but during these moments, Taylor laughs. And one time she pointed a finger pew pew at a witness. It's crazy watching her in these moments. You know, like that's what I was gonna say. She laughed in one of these she starts cracking up. I'm not sure when it is, but yeah, you can I mean, I don't know if she's like trying to play the part of the insanity defense, you know, so that she can do that. That's like as attacking the attorney and things like that. I don't know. Like I said, I really don't know if she'll testify. I don't think she will, but you know, if she's playing the part out, maybe she will just to get up there and act crazy. I don't know, but let's see here. Other times in the silence, she will dead stare at the camera. Yeah, somebody said she was flirting with the cameraman. That she was like smiling at him and winking and all kinds of stuff. So I know today was all about her posing with the Jeffrey Dahmer picture.
You apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow.
Did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
Her looking at those pictures, it just makes me wonder what's going through her mind, you know? Rowena said she blows a kiss, I'm out. Oh my. I can't wait until we can actually chit chat through these because you know what? Like I said, I want my commentary in here, but I know if I start talking or we start talking every time, it's going to take forever. That's why I haven't been dropping the link too much because I don't mind people coming up. But if we start talking through, if we start talking to it, talking through it, this 2 hours will last 5. You know what I mean? And we're trying to get caught up. So that's why we're flying through these real quick. I was going to watch them on my own and then just start on day 3 today, but I figured you guys were probably in the same spot
Yes.
and needed to go through this
And what
too.
do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet. And then one photograph is in like a natural white light and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
58 through 63, have you received?
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63?
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you. All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you. Ms. Andre,
Screen's
so
right down there, if you can see it.
Does this appear to be Exhibit 58?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 59.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower. And that's that blue star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower. And that's actually the left side. It's a photograph of it.
So the sort of bluish highlighted area, is that the blue star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 60.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower. And that'd be the blue star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep. And then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the blue star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at Exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this Exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge. All right. So is this Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So it's essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, Exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up Exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in Exhibit 62?
The one that's on the very bottom of the photo.
Okay. Sort of looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself?
Yes.
All right. So then Exhibit 63, actually I will have to pull that up. All right, so are we looking at Exhibit 63 then?
Yes.
Okay, and what area is Exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in Exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at, Exhibit 63, is that suspected to be blood or other biological material?
Yes.
The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in Exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay, I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
Calls for speculation, objection.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress?
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it?
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses?
No.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle. We processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, a bunch of knives, the crock pot box, a rag, a towel, a pair of shorts, and there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
I'm going to show you as previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue, or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in, I guess, dusting or whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then appears to be a label called latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent print, were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
Okay. But there was a comparison or a match, I suppose?
Yes.
Be fair to say that you processed a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
All right. Showing you Exhibit 64. Do you recognize Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case, one being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
I'm all good.
Okay. And in comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Schabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Business's 10 print card.
And I guess what's a 10 print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'd be a 10 print card collected or palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the third latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Schabusiness?
Yes.
And were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Schabusiness's 10 print card and hit with the left ring finger of Schabusiness's 10 print card.
So there are multiple, I guess, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Directional leading.
So were there multiple, I guess, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
Okay. And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you take any swabs from that item?
Yes.
Where did you swab on that item?
One was from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed?
The entire blade.
Okay. Including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So go ahead.
Sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is still exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. The labels next to them, I think 15 and 14. Okay. Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is exhibit 15, court exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box, and there is a sample sticker on the glove that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting the swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence in the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also, apart from those items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked to, I guess, process that item further.
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
What number is that?
Showing you Exhibit 65. Do you recognize Exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with a sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
And the photograph as well?
Yes.
You took the photograph.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd move Exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples. So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing? Do you remember?
It was the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich.
Exhibit 65, the dildo. Why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay. And that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it?
Locate.
Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Zarneski to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it?
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there besides you and specialist Zarneski?
There was multiple detectives and then also medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Trinquita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there? Do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
For the vehicle? Or
Yes, for the vehicle.
For the vehicle? That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at the storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. And you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassidy Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Trinquita, and Investigator Petra Schwab. Is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarneski did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van. Did you find 2 papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found did you find a Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarneski removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a seat behind the driver's side.
Yes.
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There's absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
Correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarneski, correct?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarneski removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinquita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes.
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct.
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Zarneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Zarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Domes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarneski followed up by processing the residence at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
That's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Zarneski, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Schwab Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay, but at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay. You were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting. That's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumptive,
yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light?
Yes.
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes.
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
Yes.
And then it also shows the shower drain. Let's strike that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
Yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower?
Right.
For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay. Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please? Do you have them?
Yep.
Garth, can I approach?
Come in.
Thank you. Both of these photographs, exhibit 46, 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
There's clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52? Please. Dan, do you have those there? You have them?
Yep.
John, could I approach you? Thank you. Exhibits 51 and 52 both depict drains, correct?
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it.
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain, is that fair?
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could direct your attention to exhibit 45. You have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure. Exhibit 45 is the teal tote that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that at the Stony Brook Lane property?
Yes.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it?
Miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Okay. Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there's a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department. And then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the, the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. The drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are two drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Well, the drain in the shower leads to the second drain. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
No.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Your Honor?
Hey, yeah.
Your Honor, I know that you said that you withhold argument on an exhibit or two till the break. Will I have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
At the next break.
Okay. All right.
State of the next witness.
He will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness. So potentially.
Okay. I think we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the jury.
All right, another break. Let's spin right through this break here. Let's see here. All righty. He looks exhausted. He looks exhausted, you guys. Now, the next one. Okay, so this one's almost over. Look, we got what looks to be like an hour left, and we'll zoom through that. And then the next one, now day 2, is like 8 hours. So we may not get through that one. We'll try. I'll put it on 1.5, but it might be, we might have to come back or, watch it on our own and reconvene. I don't know.
Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an understanding about where we're at for today, it's about 5 to 4. The state is indicating that for today, they've got one more witness, and it's anticipated that witness is going to wrap up around 5 o'clock, and then we'll break for the day, just to give you a sense of how long we'll go for today. With that, I'll turn to the state. Mr. Lazare, you calling the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Philip Scanlon.
Right, you want to step up, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll put you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter not before the court, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat and then state your name for the record.
Philip Scanlon, Scanlan. Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Lazare.
Detective Scanlon, can you tell the jury how you are employed?
As a law enforcement officer of the City of Green Bay Police Department.
What is your current role with the City of Green Bay?
I'm currently assigned as a detective in the Bureau of Detectives.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
24 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 1 year prior to that in Allegheny County.
Can you talk a little bit about any training or educational experience that you have that led you to be a law enforcement officer?
Well, I have a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was certified in the state of Wisconsin through the Law Enforcement Academy, and then got hired in Allegheny as a sheriff's deputy in Allegheny County, where I went through field training program. Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program, maybe a bit longer than that. And then your standard classes and yearly in-services Then went into the Drug Task Force 2010, where I received more training in narcotics investigations and violations of controlled substances, and then went into the Bureau of Detectives in 2014, where I was trained in more serious crimes investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that occurred, maybe above the scope that a normal patrol officer would investigate. We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate, follow up on those investigations, interview witnesses, question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the District Attorney's Office of Prosecution.
As part of a detective, are you trained and experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job training, professional training, some combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in the investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by patrol responding to that address earlier that night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Brester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Miss Andre and Miss Zarneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Schabusiness, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Schabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
I was Detective Graff and Detective Kemp.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Schabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing a search warrant, which is very routine in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Trinquita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened that Dr. Trinquita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure, it's a single-family home, story and a half. It is the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway is a landing, and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home, and then the east side of the home, divided by a partition wall, was an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself, Detective Cassandra Pacula, and the forensic specialist and the doctor and Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that the basement seemed to be the most likely place we were going to recover the remains. We also had some cause to compare items that were found in the basement with the kitchen. So primary focus of this investigation was on the stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Do you know if there was anything else of evidentiary significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Detective, I'm going to show you a series of photographs here and ask you to review those to yourself, and then tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
Detective, I'm showing you what have been previously marked as exhibits 16 through 21. Can you review those for me? Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Do they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They are.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits, and no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, is exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights again, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Can we dim the lights again?
Yeah.
Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one. It's fine.
And what is depicted in exhibit 16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started the process of scene through the front door. When we initially arrived, we know a lot of the initial first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
And this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And exhibit 17? Officer Scanlon, is exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
And what is depicted in exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom in the front room.
And exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on the landing off the side door off the garage.
And exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives, what appeared to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
It is 4 knife slots missing and kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Trinquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket right at the bottom of the stairs that we considered to be container one for the purpose of evidence collection. The doctor removed the human remains in front of us. And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
If there were items of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this, with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. Then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Zarneski ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Zarneski.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
And just to be clear, you keep you use the name forensic specialist Larson. Is that her current name?
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, Andre.
Okay, so we're talking about the same person. Larson
Yes.
and Andre are the same person.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. So you indicated the first item or the first container that you processed was the black pail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That I'm now showing you would have been marked with exhibits 22 through 25. I'm going to review those.
Thank you. Thank you.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
You can go ahead and publish them.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the black Fleet Farm bucket and a multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted there?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
And exhibit number 24, I believe. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is Exhibit 24?
It's the black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, we'll refer to that placard that they collected.
And Exhibit 25, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 25?
This is 2 knives, a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some flesh tissue is described. These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
So these are items that were located in the bucket and then ultimately collected by Green Bay PD?
They were.
I wonder what's going through her mind when she looks at those pictures. Like, damn. Look at him. He's just showing her, like, every single one of them. And then it makes me wonder if she gets, like, in her mind, like, what the fuck did I do? You know, like, how the hell did this happen? Oh, wow. Like her face. Yeah. My goodness. Girl, you always bring me back to reality with this shit. You said she likes it. I mean, as a woman whom cuddled a headless man and touched herself, just saying, oh my God, yuck. Fuck.
Have you a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs also accurately depict what you observed and in some instances collected on the scene at Stony Brook on the
They do.
23rd of February? Thank you. I'd like to publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
Exhibits 26 through 32, no objection, and no objection to publication.
Just 26 through 36, just to.
All through 36.
Is Exhibit 26 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the finished basement from the staircase, from the bottom of the staircase, looking into the finished basement.
And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One was the bucket that was container 1.
That's right.
Container 2 was which?
Container 2 is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
It's not visible in this photo. Where was it located? Can you see the area where it was located in this photo?
If you look at the photo, just to the right of the wood grain wall, you'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser, and there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
So that'll be on the left-hand side of this photograph. Out of view is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container 3 was what item?
Container 3 is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container 4?
Container 4 is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess tote or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here, a blanket and some items.
So Exhibit 4 is depicted in this photograph.
It is.
Container 4, excuse me.
Container 4.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object. That's like a tote storage bin. That's container 4.
And does it appear to have anything on top of it?
Yeah, it's covered by personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in exhibit 27?
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess a dark blue object with the handle raised up.
And exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's the photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack. And then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game blockage view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. I found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on the, I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, we'll later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, you can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then on closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a kind of a quick lap looking for a person. And some of these items didn't come into focus until taking a closer look with a decent flashlight and looking at a closer level at these items.
And is this now exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed, the east side of the bed, with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside like a plastic shopping bag.
And, exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. The container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a shell bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Peach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a Gen baggie, that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the drug task force.
I did.
Through your training and experience in both in the drug task force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected?
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, or some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shot bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
There also, what's on the far left of that picture on the bottom?
You see a pair of sunglasses or a pair of glasses.
Yeah, that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And exhibit 33. What is depicted in exhibit, or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
And that item was collected, you indicated, by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
I think that there are. All right. I'll move on with the photos, actually. Exhibit 30. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show it. You have an evidence handling kit with you, Detective?
Lights back on.
Look at her like smiling and grinning and shit.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 8. Do you know what that is?
This is an evidence bag that is marked as Exhibit 8. That is initialed, and it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, Exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays. I know that it says on TV stand. It has the case number of this case. Then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Okay. Did you say 13 or 23?
It's referring to Exhibit 23, and then it has our categorized exhibit number as well.
Okay, and the exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It does.
I would ask that you open that if you could, display it for the jury.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury? Thank you. I'll give you a moment to put it back up and seal it up. And to save time, I'll not ask you about the other evidence, but or the other chain that was located. But was there in fact a second chain located on the scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well, or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Zarneski collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. If we could, judge with the lights again. Thank you. 34. It's exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen.
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's kind of a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Trinquita arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small piece of human remains. And then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw on the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you could pull that one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen in short order?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is
that removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take?
That's correct.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Detective, I'm now showing you what we marked as exhibits 37, 38, and 39. Those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence.
They do.
I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And exhibit 37, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is depicted?
It's one of the knives in the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Were you able to make any specific observations about that knife?
I mean, the obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down, dulled, if you will.
Okay. So that is a knife that was serrated, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with a bread knife, you know, it's a large serrated knife to cut bread, and it's the pointings are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
And Exhibit 38.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as a kitchen paring knife. The blade appears bent. And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are stained red, and there's some dried red material on the blade as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip taken out.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with this.
Dr. Trinquita was present on the scene when you collected these knives as well, is that right?
He was.
And then Exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the 3 knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It actually appears to be the opposite sides of the knives.
Scanlon showing you 40 through 42. Also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd.
They do.
I'd like permission to publish, Your Honor.
I've seen exhibits 40 through 42, showed those to my client. I've showed all these pictures to my client. I'm not going to object to those exhibits and no objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
And Detective, what is Exhibit 40 now on the screen?
Yes.
And what does 40 depict?
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement. You're standing with your back to where the bed was in the room. It depicts what I would describe as like a pub table with an arcade game. There is a choker chain on top of the pub table.
And Detective, Exhibit 42, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain placed on a paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And is that was that item also collected by Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury?
Yes.
I'm now showing you exhibits 43 through 47. Those also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd, 2022.
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Is Exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall. On the bed, you can see the pillow, and there's a multicolor comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we refer to as container 4. It's the kind of a top-down look at the light blue tote with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
And is there any potential or suspected blood staining depicted in this photograph?
Yes, you can see what appears to be red staining, which appears to be blood. On the left side of the red, white, and I believe it's blue comforter. There's some red staining that appears in front of the pillow. And then some down lower, there's what appear to be blood drops.
And exhibit 44, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 44?
That is essentially a top-down view of what we refer to as container 4. It's the light blue tote. I had added that there, if you look to the left of it, there's a brown paper laid on the ground. And the purpose of that was to start to remove the items on top and then place them on the brown piece of paper to later examine so that we weren't moving them to the floor.
Okay, so the items that are on top of the tote, does this photo depict them as they were when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And then the item to the left, the brown paper that's placed on the floor, that's something you added?
Yeah, I placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper covering the floor so we could look at them later.
Okay. Exhibit 45, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 45?
That is showing the blue tote that we've been discussing, some red material on the front, and then that is, I guess, a very limited view of the remains that are inside the container.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains were recovered from the inside of the tote?
Yes.
Exhibit
Oh my
46,
God.
is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 46?
We moved the multicolored comforter and observed a cellular phone.
Trolling, I don't know.
Areas of what appear to be bloodstaining.
It's hard for me to wrap my brain around people that do this
Exhibit
stuff.
47, is that now depicted on the screen?
Oh my, you know what though?
It is.
I'm gonna say this. This right here does not look like it. You would think there would be a lot more like blood, bodily fluids, all that if she had decapitated him and did, basically like you would think there would be more. You would think it would be a lot more than just that spot, unless something happened just there and then she moved somewhere else.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears to be blood. The cell phone is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number for later collection.
Detective Scanlon, were efforts made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood materials seeped through that mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood stepped into the mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open under the top mattress, there's like a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress was, that top mattress, if I recall correctly, it looks like there's one mattress and two box springs. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you lift up the first mattress to see whether blood had soaked through the bottom of that mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood having soaked through that top mattress?
I didn't observe any blood in the box spring below it. No. Below that stain, no.
Your Honor, I've shown my client exhibits 48 through 54, no objection. Also exhibit 63, no objection. I know they're already offered, but no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, I'm showing you exhibits 48 through 54 and exhibit 63. You can review those.
Thank you.
And Detective, did those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Exhibit 48. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
There is a upright cabinet, the wood grain cabinet against the west wall. That's covered initially by, I think that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knives. Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything, I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
What was that?
We didn't receive information from Detective Graff and Detective Kemp to look in the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was open, there was a wood box on the left bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh colored dildo inside that box.
Exhibit 49. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in that photograph?
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily that wood box that had been opened and then the flesh colored dildo.
Exhibit 50. And what is shown in photograph 50?
Exhibit 50 is it's taking a picture from the bottom of the stairs into the unfinished portion of the basement on the east side of the home.
And does that depict a stand-up shower?
It does.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
It's an overview of the floor drain and lower portion of the stand-up shower.
And what was of evidentiary significance to you in this particular area?
When we looked at the shower, we observed red substance on the shower walls, the shower seat, the shower floor. There was some red substance and some flesh material on the shower drain and then also on the floor drain. Slightly behind that curtain, there's a loose squeegee that had red substance that we'd been able to determine was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we remove the top of the cover and examine the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stop shallow to have the water go right into the floor drain.
And exhibit 52, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 52?
It's a close-up of that floor drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red staining and there's some hair. And then there is what appears to be flesh or biological material, I guess.
And exhibit 53. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
That depicts a stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside. There's some what appears to be blood staining, some red drying on the bottom right, and then the squeegee. Your standard shower stuff.
And exhibit 54. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
It's a photograph of the shower drain with some flesh or biological material caught on the drain.
And do you have exhibit 64 in front of you?
54 is.
Okay, that's 54. Do you have exhibit 64 as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. 64? I hear you right?
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have 63.
I apologize. Yeah. Thank you. While we pull that up, what is depicted in exhibit 63?
It's a photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see it standing up off the side. And what is visible in this photo is that there is red substance. There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a measurement. It appears to be a portion of a shoe print that was previously under the bed. And it was exposed by moving the bed.
And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why that you made the decision to look under the bed?
I was just surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting. And so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to move it to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be wiped up red substance underneath the bed.
Exhibits 55, 56, I'd ask you to review those. Before I ask you about them specifically, I have to lay a little foundation. In addition to collecting evidence on the scene that day at the Stony Brook residence, did it become apparent that you maybe did not have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
It did.
And at some point, did you leave the Stony Brook residence and go to another location to look for more remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage where we had a Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other detectives developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know if that came from the interview?
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caused a obtained search warrant to search that vehicle for remains. So being at the scene and knowing what we were still looking for, myself, Detective Pakula, Dr. Trinquita, and medical investigator Petra Schwab left to go there and look.
And did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened and searched, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all the remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay PD?
The recovery of the remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would then ask for permission to publish exhibits. I think these are 55 and 56.
You may.
I just gotta look at my notes, Your Honor. The court already ruled that those exhibits are into evidence, correct?
Yes.
As to publication, I'm going to object to the one involving the tote.
Are these different than the ones that were just ruled on when the jury was excused?
No, they're the same.
Your objection is noted. You can go ahead and publish.
Detective Scanlon, is exhibit 55 now shown on the screen?
It is.
And what is that photo display?
That photo is a photograph into the driver's side sliding back door of the minivan, particularly the crock pot box, which we shortly thereafter found remains in.
And exhibit 56, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned upright. The opening, there's a flesh colored material that's a thigh. And then there's leaves a pair of shorts over the top of it. And then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
Okay. And did you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Trinquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box and he itemized them to confirm that we had then what he believed as the doctor was the entirety of the remains.
Then Detective Scanlon, I asked this earlier, but did you subsequently attend the autopsy of Shad Thyrion?
I did.
And where was that?
At the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office down by Madison
And when did that take place?
on the 25th, I believe.
And who was present for the autopsy?
Myself and Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Trinquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not uncommon at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist or the attending doctor to have questions about the scene. They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing, and answer any questions that we might have if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once the autopsy is completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they and we believe to be items of evidentiary value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they seal them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us and we bring it back and enter into evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Trinquita was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. As he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a cardboard box. I'm up in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. But he then collects them, he itemizes them, he puts them into a sealed bag that is documented with a receipt, an invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me. And then I took those bags with Detective Graff, transported them back to the Green Bay Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
So just to clarify specifically with respect to the swabs, you observed him take swabs of Shad Thyrion's body. He packaged them for you and sealed them and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers and then turn over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I opened that bag and there was over 40 swabs. I don't remember the exact number, but they're all itemized as what particularly was swabbed. And then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
And then when you entered them into evidence, you entered them specifically based on what that swab was or how it was labeled on the outside?
Correct. The doctor takes so many swabs. If we would just send the bag to the crime lab with 40 some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in a box, labels what that was swabbed, collects those collectively bags, and turns them over to us. We then open that bag and then we itemize and enter in evidence each individual swab.
And that's the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor. I apologize. This went longer than I anticipated.
Well, counsel, the direct examination of this witness went on a little bit longer than I anticipated. And given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now and assume with cross-examination tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr. Chairman?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lozay?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, you can step down. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I indicated to you we'd stop around 5 o'clock. It's a little after 5 now, and this testimony was a little bit longer than I expected, but we're going to break now. I'm going to give you an instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case. So I'm going to recite it to you again, and that is, do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. Having given you that instruction, have a good evening. I'd like you to report tomorrow morning by 8:30 into the jury room in this courtroom. Right? All rise for the jury.
Well, so we got through day one, part one, day one, part two. So now we're on day two. Y'all want to keep it going or you want me to stop? And you guys can watch it on your own and we can reconvene tomorrow. It's up to you guys. I mean, I got it set up and ready to roll, so it doesn't matter to me either way. And here's day two. Today is day three. They're doing day three today. So I'm trying to get everybody caught, anybody that wants to discuss this case or, you know what I mean, talk about it. I'm trying to get you guys caught back up, you know, like all of us on the same page so we can talk about it together. You know what I mean? So you guys know what's going on. So I know what's going on. All right, so yeah, whatever's best. Okay, you want to keep it going, Tribal Gal? All right, baby, we'll keep it going then. All right, so we're here. Here we go. So, House of Horrors murder trial, Taylor Schabusiness, day 2. This one is 8 hours. But like I said, we'll be flying through it, and we'll stop and we'll go through their breaks and all that stuff. So. Usually doesn't take too long to get through these. But like I said, once we're done with this, we will be fully caught up till today on day 3. So
Taylor Schabusiness was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illness. There's a lot to unpack there, but your concern there?
Yeah, so my concern there is that I don't think anyone has a clear diagnosis about Taylor's conditions, and anyone really that can accurately set forth whether she has a condition that would require that. So while he could potentially testify about the impact of not taking medications, in the field of mental health, I mean, that's an ongoing process that a treatment provider is frequently adjusting medications based on conditions, based on manifested symptoms. The general conclusion that you could say someone who does suffer from a psychosis, who doesn't take their prescribed medications, is going to worsen. I think, again, that's something that is kind of obvious to anyone that the jury might expect, that someone who has an untreated psychosis is going to have an issue. I think the concern here is that we don't have a clear description of what her psychosis was or would have been. And in fact, I think probably the best indication of that is what Dr. Seipel talked about at the last hearing, which was she had been prescribed some drugs in the jail and she wasn't taking her drugs. And there isn't a noted difference in her behavior from the time frame when she stopped taking the drugs to the time frame before. So I don't know that he's in a position to know what exactly her diagnosis was and what drugs she should take. And I think what further exacerbates the state's concerns is that if you go down to all of the subsections in 3, and then everything else that's attached in terms of the articles that are relied upon, all of those things relate to schizophrenia. And frankly, there's only one mention of schizophrenia in all of the medical records, and it's Dr. Lucetta opining that it's perhaps possible that she may have schizophrenia, and we might need some further analysis to determine that. The remainder of people say bipolar. No one even says schizophrenia.
Sure. And to compound that, Mr. Lizette, in the transcript of Dr. O'Donnell, page 179, he even notes on line 14, did not see a formal diagnosis of schizophrenia. So I hear you. I take your point there, and I'm trying to move this along because the jury will be ready to go shortly, and I don't intend to make this decision right now. The point is to discuss what we need to do to move forward on this issue. The next bullet point, or the next piece of 3.3 was one of those compound points. Psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. Again, it kind of goes without saying, but if he's a pharmacologist who wants to opine about the use of drugs, depending on whether he can connect it with his case, which this letter doesn't seem to say, concerns with him making that opinion?
Not with his qualifications to make that opinion. Just again, that I don't think we have clear diagnosis. He's not in a position to diagnose.
Correct. Then moving on to the final point that is in this memorandum. That's point 4. Taylor Schabusiness use of methamphetamine worsened her untreated psychiatric conditions. And you kind of alluded to that regarding the discussion you made regarding the doctor's reference to psychiatric illness under page 4. Okay, so I get a sense of where the state is at. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Fairlick.
If I could be heard just on that final point again. So on that last point, I think the real concern there is, and this is echoed throughout, not just this opinion that he provided, but then also in Attorney Freilich provided the email. The crux of Dr. O'Donnell's opinion, both at the motion hearing and now, is that acute use of methamphetamine, that is methamphetamine use on the night of the incident, was a driving factor in all of the things that were seen from Ms. Schabusiness. And he even indicates that in point 4. And that's simply not a valid argument for the jury here in this case, is that her acute toxicity for methamphetamine, her active present use, her voluntary ingestion of methamphetamine on the night of this instance was the driving force. And if that's his opinion, and that's really echoed throughout all of these things that have been provided, that's not a relevant consideration for the jury and NGI, because we're talking about her voluntary current use of methamphetamine and how it exacerbates the whole thing. So I just think that is entirely present through his entire opinion, and that's one of the state's primary concerns.
So, Mr. Freilich, I'll turn to you, and I guess, some of the, I read the material that you had and submitted. I read that email, and I guess, some of my concerns you've now heard outlined with Mr. Lizet, and that is this document doesn't necessarily connect much of what he's indicating with Ms. Schabusiness. For example, point number 1, Taylor Schabusiness was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. So there's obviously disputes about the level of intoxication that existed at the time of these events. And that dispute arose, I think, in your question that number 4 here, because he said, yep, I got the information that the parties, that Ms. Schabusiness and the decedent shot.
Please do not send me links right now. Please do not send links right now, because as soon as I click on them and they open, it's feedback from links. Somebody trying to send me links and I can't, they just pop right up. So you have to try not to send links if you can, please.
Because we didn't find any in the blood of the victim. And so that has to be false. So there's a dispute really about the nature of the intoxication at the time, but I also have concerns about its relevance. But the next bullet point under 1 is the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. And I guess the question I have is he going to suggest that Ms. Schabusiness has brain damage? Because I guess I'm concerned about whether he can testify to that fact, because he's a pharmacologist. And I'm perfectly willing to say, in the context of a Dauber hearing, that he has expertise in pharmacology. And I don't need to hear from him again to make that finding, because he testified in front of me before. So, Mr. Freilich, that's my concern.
I understand that, Your Honor. I know that Dr. O'Donnell did meet with my client and got a lot of her history, her drug use history, when he met with her previously. In my opinion, I know that Dr. O'Donnell is a board-certified pharmacologist. He's testified in many trials in Illinois. I believe that he would have the knowledge to indicate that if you use methamphetamine long-term, it could cause chronic brain damage consequences. So, I mean, I think it is relevant to the issues as it relates to NGI, but what we have here is a person who has, I would submit, mental health issues that have gone untreated with medication, and then when you apply a layer of drug use on top of that, it could create a psychosis, a mental disease or defect. Additionally, I submitted to the court the records from Bellin Health, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, the order for civil commitment, and the order for psychotropic medications, and jail records. And I believe Dr. O'Donnell reviewed most of those, but that also, I think, is the link or the connection here to show that my client does have a mental health history. So I think with some sort of a limited purpose, I would ask that Dr. O'Donnell be allowed to testify as to some of these things that he opines about in the report that he provided.
Well, you've gone way beyond my first question. I think you were kind of talking about point 4, Taylor Schabusiness use of methamphetamine worsens her untreated psychiatric conditions. I was at point 1, the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. So I want to, you've indicated if he shows up here and testifies, Judge, if you let him testify, he's got 4 opinions. It's right here. Those 4 opinions among them are, number 1, she was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. I'm not sure that that's relevant, but we're going to move on to the second piece, which is the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. And my question is, if I let him launch that out to the jury, is that just a statement that, look, just for anybody, that might be the case? I don't know whether it's true for Ms. Schabusiness or not, but it might be, but it might not be. And the jury is simply left to speculate because we threw something at them. And now they can try to figure out whether that has any relevance for this case. Because the end of that sentence being, there's chronic brain damage consequences, and I haven't heard anybody opine that Ms. Schabusiness has chronic brain damage. And so I don't know how he's going to be able to come in and say, I've reviewed the records. She has chronic brain damage. I'm a pharmacologist. She takes a lot of drugs. Based upon the brain damage that I'm seeing from the reports, because I don't do brain damage, but based upon the reports I see, it was caused by these drugs. I'm not seeing the connection.
Well, I mean, we saw the pictures. I mean, in the basement at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there was a meth pipe. There was methamphetamine, as testified by Detective Scanlon. The history that my client provided, I think Dr. O'Donnell could opine that if you use methamphetamine long-term, it may cause chronic brain damage. He's not a doctor. He's not going to be able to say whether Mr. Business has brain damage, but he can provide that information, and the jury can decide whatever it feels is appropriate. That's within their purview. That's their prerogative to take that information and then make a determination.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Sure.
obviously we're running a long time.
Okay.
You're not going to ask him, well, Dr. O'Donnell, do you believe that excessive use of methamphetamine has caused chronic brain damage in Taylor Schabusiness? You're not going to ask him that question.
No, I would ask, could it or may it cause that kind of damage?
Point number 2, long-term adolescent use of marijuana arrests brain development. Mr. Lizet expressed concern about a number of frankly, the modifiers that are in there. I'm not sure what long-term adolescent use, actually there's a typo in that sentence. I didn't notice it till right now, but I'm assuming it's long-term adolescent use. He's going to try to define what that means, because I'm not sure how he's going to discern, what a long-term use is. Somebody could use it for a week and he might say, that's pretty long. Somebody could use it for 10 years and conceivably someone could say, well, that's not really long depending on how old they are. And then the arresting of brain development, I guess, again, I'm kind of compounding the question for you, but again, I'm not seeing that there's any testimony that there has been brain development.
Your Honor, when my client met with Dr. O'Donnell, I believe that she reported that she was a daily user of marijuana. And so if he would be allowed to come in and testify that it could cause some issues with brain development, that's where I would go with that.
And again, it sounds like what you're saying is, his testimony is, here's what she reported to me. If that's true, she might have brain development, but she might not.
Right, yes.
The third point is Taylor Schabusiness was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illnesses. And I had some concerns there because, we had a number of evaluations that were conducted in this case. And I'm not clear that anybody has a good understanding of whether or not she even has a psychiatric illness. I will tell you, I'm aware of the fact that there was that one diagnosis for bipolar outlined, I think, at Nickel A. And then that was disputed. And frankly, that was even disputed by, I think Dr. Luchetta disputed that. I read over her report last evening in preparation for this conversation we're having right now. That defense expert, Dr. Luchetta, wasn't sure. And there was concern about whether or not that diagnosis was accurate in light of the fact that the drug use that occurred at the time that she came in to get the diagnosis. And so one of my concerns is that if there's testimony that she wasn't treated with drugs to mitigate a psychiatric illness, here are the psychiatric illnesses that she should have been treated with. One of the problems I'm having now is the state should have the opportunity to, for example, call in Dr. Luchetta, who did a defense evaluation, to say, I don't know that I can support Dr. O'Donnell's conclusion that she has a psychiatric illness. There's a dispute about that. And so I guess I'm wondering, what can you tell me about that? And I will note, too, that as part of that bullet point, Dr. O'Donnell goes on to a conversation about schizophrenia. And as you know from what I read to Mr. Lizet, Dr. O'Donnell testified that he didn't even find a diagnosis of schizophrenia in all records.
Your Honor, I know that my review of the Bellin records, the Nickel A records, the jail records, and other documents that I obtained on behalf of Mr. Business, it indicated that she frequently did not want to take the medications, that she refused the medications. And when you don't take your medications and you have a psychiatric illness or a mental health problem, your condition could be exacerbated. It could get worse over time. And so I think that it would be relevant for Dr. O'Donnell to talk about that. He's got information directly from my client and from the other records, and then he could provide some information about that.
Sure. And so I guess I want to drill into this a little bit further, because I want to make sure I understand what you're asking of me. And again, I'm not going to make a decision right now. I'm already running 5 minutes late, which I don't need to do. But Dr. O'Donnell, it seems what you're telling me is Dr. O'Donnell would say something along these lines. If someone has a psychiatric illness and they don't take their medications, that could be bad. We don't know whether she has a psychiatric illness or not. But if she does, and if she doesn't take any meds for it, that could be a bad thing. That's pretty much where we're at.
Yes.
The statement, psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. I'm not.
So we refer to 4 containers in the home, and it's just a matter of staying organized with the recovery. We went from left to right when looking at the basement. So we moved to container 2, which was the blue Jimmy Choo bag. And then Dr. Trinquita set it down on a blanket, sterile blanket that he had brought. And then he started to remove the contents of it in front of us to observe.
Fair to say that all of you were going through this together as far as looking around and investigating certain things?
Yes, we're all together at this time. Yes.
And in the meantime, was Taylor Schabusiness over at the police department with Detective Groff and Detective Kemp?
She was.
And were you communicating with Detective Kemp by phone? or
I
text?
don't remember which one I spoke to. I was getting phone contact from one of the two of them.
So information was going back between officers, correct?
Yes.
And the focus of your investigation was the basement of Stony Brook, is that fair?
The basement, and then, as we found the knives, I went upstairs and tried to identify whether or not those knives had come from the kitchen. So I did travel back upstairs to take a look at the knife block, and then I looked in the drawers to see if they had similar knives to the Miracle, the black handle knife in the bucket. So I did go upstairs to look at that.
How many? There were 2 knives in the bucket?
There was 2 knives in the bucket, a black handled kitchen knife. So I think it was a Miracle Blade 3 was the stamp. And then there was a yellow pocket knife, the yellow handled pocket knife.
And when you went upstairs, you didn't see any other yellow handled pocket knives, correct?
No, I've seen other Miracle Blade 3 knives. There was one in the butter dish, and there was similar knives to that in the drawer. But I don't know the source or where the yellow knife was from.
And while all this was going on, the forensic specialists, Andre and Zarneski, were taking pictures, correct?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence of drug use down in that basement?
I did.
What did you find down there?
There was a methamphetamine pipe, or what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, on the entertainment center, and there was a green gem baggie with a crystal substance that I later checked out more thoroughly.
The meth pipe that you observed, where was it?
It was on the entertainment center, kind of a makeshift dresser to the left of the bed.
And did you find drugs?
There was what I believe to be drugs, yes, next to it in the gem baggie.
Okay. When you say gem baggie, is that a plastic bag?
Yeah, a little small, like a 1 inch or 1.5 inch green baggie.
Do you know what was in the gem baggie?
I later field tested it for methamphetamine. I believe it was crystal methamphetamine.
And where was that?
That was to the right of the meth pipe.
Did you find any marijuana?
I did not know.
Did you find any packaging for marijuana?
I did not know.
Could I approach your honor? You may. I'll show you this marked as exhibits 70, 71, 72. Exhibit 70, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That's the entertainment center. That picture depicts the methamphetamine pipe. Next to it's the green gem bag I referred to, and some other items with some placards that our forensic specialists put down photograph.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom in Iron Mountain in that picture?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom, Lume, in that photo?
I don't see it.
Okay. This picture, Exhibit 70, does it depict that entertainment center in the basement of Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
Was that picture taken on or about February 23rd of 2022?
it was.
Okay. Exhibit 71, could you identify that?
That it just appears to be the same area, but a close-up of the green gem bag and a watch in front of it.
That gem bag later turned out to be methamphetamine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did some of it spill out on the entertainment center?
Looking at this close-up photo, there are white specks on the entertainment center. I don't know if that's that. I didn't use a narcotic wipe to see that. No, I don't know.
Okay. Does that picture show that entertainment center and contents on that item from Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn your attention to Exhibit 72? Can you identify what that is?
It's the same area. It's a close-up of the gem bag.
Is that the gem bag that was on top of the entertainment center on Stony Brook Lane in the basement?
It appears to be, yes.
You had a chance to take a good look at
Yeah.
that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll offer Exhibit 70, 71, 72.
The objection?
No.
Those be received.
When you did your search of the basement, did you find anybody else in the basement?
Other than the remains of Mr. Thyrion, no.
Did you canvass the area and make contact with neighbors
I did.
Why did you do that?
I had some time while waiting for the doctor to arrive, waiting for the warrant to get done. So rather than stand there, I decided to do standard neighborhood canvas, to talk to some neighbors to see if any of the neighbors were up last night or had observed anything that they would be relevant to the investigation.
Did you get any information that was relevant?
I did.
What?
I did.
Where'd you get?
I talked to some neighbors across the street who told me things that they've seen. I documented their information and went to the next house.
When you were there at 829 Stony Brook Lane, did you talk to Tara Pakenich?
I did not.
Did you talk to her later on?
I saw her in passing later on when they went to get some personal property, but I didn't speak to her.
Was it your understanding as part of your investigation that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the residence on Stony Brook?
I'm sorry?
Was it your understanding that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the Stony Brook Lane property?
That was my understanding, yes.
And that he really didn't live there?
I'm going to object. This is all presumably hearsay. If he knew that information, he would have heard that from other people.
Your Honor, detectives gather lots of information, and I believe that, they're trying to do their job and get information I believe would be reliable. There'd be some indicia of reliability to it.
Frankly, it's already in the record, his answer. It's in from other witnesses. So I'm not going to sustain the objection, but I'm satisfied it is hearsay. So I'll move along, Mr. Freeland.
Okay, thank you. We heard some testimony about that exhibit 33, that dog collar, correct?
Yes.
You opened it up and we were able to see it. That dog collar has 2 rings on it, correct?
Yes.
Do the rings, are they able to go into each other where you could pull it tight?
My understanding of the dog collars, you have to pass the chain through to join the rings so that it can be used as like a pincher dog collar. One of the chains that was by the pub table had already been done that and was a loop. And then the chain that was on the entertainment center was not looped through. So it was just a straight chain.
But the chain that you showed us, it had 2 loops and you couldn't put them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try it, but I think you pass the chain through to marry the loop of the collar.
Are you saying that there would be a separate chain?
That chain was as I found it.
Okay. And with that chain, the 2 rings, you're not gonna be able to pass them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try to do it, but my understanding would be you could not. You'd have to pass the chain through to get the loop.
Okay. The Jimmy Choo bag, that was on top of the entertainment center?
It was.
And what led your attention to that?
There was some red tissue and blood, not blood, red tissue on the zipper and on the side of the bag.
And inside the Jimmy Choo bag were different body parts, correct?
They were.
There was a lung?
The doctor identified the object as a lung, yes.
Piece of liver?
He identified liver.
Patella tendon?
The doctor showed me that and identified that.
Pieces of skin or fatty tissue?
Yes, sir.
And there are lots of bags in there, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There was a pink and black Under Armour backpack that was found, correct?
Yes, that we referred to as container 3.
That was on the floor by the mattress?
Yes, it was at I guess I'll call it the foot of the bed, but it was off the end of the bed between the bed and the entertainment center.
And in this container 3 were plastic shopping bags, correct?
There was.
There were some body parts in there?
There was.
Skin, fatty tissue, muscle?
Yes.
Left lung? A left lung, correct?
I don't recall. It's very likely, yes.
Okay. Pelvis?
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to object. I don't know the relevance of asking the specific questions about this. I frankly think it's insensitive to the crime victims who are present. I don't know that it assists the jury in any way to go through the specific body parts that are located in each of these containers.
What's the relevance?
Well, my client is charged with mutilation of a corpse, so I think the state's got to prove up their case, and I think the jury just needs to hear whatever information is out there. I think it's relevant, but I can move on.
Well, I'm going to find that it's really duplicative because to the extent you believe it's relevant to the state in making their case, you've already gone into it. So I'm satisfied that we need to move on. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you find any
Any notes or journals on the entertainment center?
There was a bag on the entertainment center that had some journals in it, yes.
Did it have anybody's name in there?
My recollection is that when we kind of swiped through it, it appeared to be just at face value that they were probably Mr. Thyrion's writings.
Was it confirmed?
I know we collected them, and in the event we needed to look through them later, but we didn't.
I know that yesterday you testified about the shower. Did you take a look at the shower drains?
I did.
Did you find hair in the shower?
Sorry.
Did you find hair in the shower?
There was hair in the drain and at the floor drain.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Stephen Hendricks and Tara Pakanich and Ava Wheelock all used that shower, including Mr. Thyrion?
I don't know who used the shower.
Now, you also searched a Chrysler minivan, correct?
I was present for the search, yes.
That was at the Green Bay Police Department Evidence Storage Facility, correct?
That's correct.
Was that a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan?
It was.
Were you present during the entire search?
I was present for when the search warrant was executed, when remains were found. I turned my focus to the doctor who examined the remains. I was not particularly focused on the continuation of the search for small items that would have been found inside the car, like registration and things that were under the seat. I didn't pay attention to that.
Did you pay attention to anything that was in the glove box as to who the owner of the minivan was?
I'm aware that the owner who the minivan was, but I didn't see the registration.
Okay. The owner of the minivan was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
And inside his minivan was this crock pot box that you were talking about yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And there were human remains found in the crock pot box, correct?
There were.
And in that box was situated in a laundry basket, correct?
Yeah, the crock pot box was on top of the laundry basket.
And the laundry basket was sitting on top of a seat, correct?
The rear driver's side seat, yes.
And in the laundry basket, were there some clothes piled up so that the crock pot box was stacked on top of the clothes?
I saw something under the box, but I didn't itemize it, so I don't know what it was.
All of the human remains were in the crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And in that minivan owned by Scott Tomes, there was a bottle of medication for him as well?
I don't know.
But it was confirmed that it was his minivan. Is that fair?
That vehicle, I did run the registration myself. That was on the vehicle, and it was referred to Scott Tomes. Yes.
Okay. And was it true that the Town and Country minivan was towed from the Eastman Avenue apartment complex to the GBPD evidence storage facility?
My first interaction was that it was there, and when I arrived, it was parked there. So I have a general knowledge that that's what occurred, but I didn't witness or present. I wasn't present for any of that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
No, can you redirect? No, you're not. No. Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
The state calls Dr. Vincent Trinquita. Judge, is Detective Scanlon released from his subpoena in this case?
Mr. Fralick, any reason I can't release him?
No objection.
He's released from his subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay, doctor, if you want to step up here then. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Vincent Trinquita. My name is spelled Vincent. My last name is spelled Tranchida.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Lizette.
Good morning, Dr. Trinquita. Can you tell the jury how you are currently employed?
Good morning. I'm currently employed as a deputy medical examiner for Dane and Rock counties of Wisconsin.
And how long have you worked in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began my employment at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office on July 1st, 2011.
You are currently the deputy medical examiner there. Have you held other positions at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, I have.
And what other positions have you held?
I was previously chief medical examiner of the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for approximately 12 years.
And the decision to no longer be chief and to now be deputy, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
That is correct. I've stepped down to assist with family care.
And Dr. Trinquita, what was your position or employment on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe at the time I was serving as a deputy medical examiner for Dane County.
And what was Dane County's relationship with Brown County at that point in time?
At that point in time, Brown County did not have a medical examiner's office, so we were providing coverage and assistance with forensic services for Brown County.
Doctor, can you discuss briefly your educational background that is related to the position of medical examiner?
Of course. I did my pre-medical school training at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I went to medical school at Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan, where I received my MD. I specialized in anatomic and clinical pathology and did a residency at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I further went on to subspecialize in forensic pathology, and I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the State of New York. I further went on to do subspecialties in forensic cardiac pathology and forensic neuropathology. I served as a senior medical examiner in New York City for approximately 8 years before I went on to accept the position as chief in Dane County.
So Doctor, in total, how many years have you worked professionally as a postgraduate and I think you had fellowship as well, as a post-fellowship medical examiner?
Approximately 20 years at this point.
And what are the primary job duties of a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner and as a forensic pathologist, my primary duties are to investigate the cause and manner of death in cases where there is a threat to public safety. Oftentimes people think of this as criminal activity, but it can also refer to communicable disease, workplace deaths, or any death where there is an unexpected and unexplained cause at the time of the discovery.
Now you mentioned medical examiner, but also forensic pathologist. Are those two things the same?
Forensic pathology is a definition of the specialty of medicine that I practice. Medical examiner is the name given to the role that I play in the community. A medical examiner is often a doctor or forensic pathologist, but not necessarily. There can be a lay medical examiner who is somebody that is appointed in the community to serve this function, and they may, for example, contract out to a forensic pathologist or to a hospital pathologist to perform their autopsies.
Is it fair to say that when you were working as the Dane County Deputy Medical Examiner, Chief Medical Examiner, you were essentially fulfilling both of those roles?
That is correct.
And if you could just go into greater detail as to what specifically you do typically in order to determine cause and manner of death.
When we are notified about a death, typically it begins with somebody contacting our office. Our office is staffed 24/7, and we have investigators who are on duty taking shifts. They receive the information about the call. They collect information about an individual's medical history, their social history, what medications they're on, when they were last known alive, and what are the circumstances in which they're found. At that point, the investigator will respond to the scene if needed, and then they perform an external examination of the body where they try to get as much information as they can. At that point, they notify the medical examiner or contact us, and then sometimes we respond as well if there's a suspicion of a homicide or if death seems very complicated.
Through your work as the Deputy Medical Examiner in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have involvement in investigating the cause and manner of death of Shad Thyrion, date of birth 9/7/97?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how you were first notified of Mr. Thyrion's death and began your work on that case?
On that case, I was notified. Our lead investigator on the case was Petra Schwab of Brown County. She notified our office that there was a suspected homicide in Green Bay, and as part of our policy, the medical examiner on duty responds to homicide scenes. So at that point, we mobilized and began driving up north to attend the scene of the investigation.
Do you recall, Doctor, about what time you would have arrived at the scene of the investigation on 829 Stony Brook?
I cannot recall. I believe it was morning, though.
Do you recall who was on scene, or were there other parties on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there were.
And what types of other parties were present when you arrived?
Our investigator, Petra Schwab, was present, as well as law enforcement.
And what did you do upon arrival?
Upon arrival, typically what is done is we speak to the officer in charge, and we try to get as much preliminary information as is known when we arrive at a scene. Once that information is known, we wait until there is approval for clearance and access to the body, that we won't contaminate the scene or destroy any evidence on our approach. We donned Tyvek suits, gloves, masks, and face protection so that we don't contaminate the scene and also that we are protected. And then we entered the scene to do our examination of what's happened.
Do you recall, Doctor, making any of your own observations upon entering the residence, and then more specifically upon entering the basement area of the residence?
Yes, I do.
And what were those observations initially?
We arrived to what appeared to be a typical suburban residence. We entered through the front door, and we were directed down to the back of the house through the kitchen to a set of basement stairs. As we approached down through the base of the basement stairs, we were notified or alerted to a bucket that was present to the right of the stairs. We were then also directed that there was the possibility of additional human remains in other parts of the room as well.
And I guess before we get into the specific locations of the human remains that were collected, did you make any notations overall of that area of the basement where the remains were ultimately found?
I did.
And what were those observations?
As I entered the room, I was surprised, given the preliminary information that I had, of how little blood was really very visible on first inspection. Subsequently, as I made my way through the room, we were able to find traces of blood at various points throughout the house. I'm sorry, throughout the room, the basement. On some furniture to the left of the bed, or against the wall on the left, there was a dark blue bag. There was also evidence of drug paraphernalia, including a glass pipe and a baggie. There were also cleaning supplies, Clorox wipes, and I believe a bottle of Shout detergent. Adjacent to the bed was a pink and black backpack, and towards the head of the bed as well was a blue tote. On top of the bed, which was a box spring, I believe, and mattresses, were a number of crumpled sheets and bedding.
Doctor, I believe you mentioned essentially in the room the four main containers where human remains were located. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That is correct, within that room, yes.
Okay. So we've got the bucket, the blue bag on top of the dresser, the pink and gray bag on the floor, and then the tote. Are those the four locations where human remains were located in the room?
That is correct.
And can you just briefly describe the process that was used by the medical examiner's office to collect those remains?
Of course. These containers that contained the human remains were photographed as they were, or as they sat in their location. We then documented the external appearance of the containers. After that, a evidence sheet was placed out on the floor to try to collect any trace evidence that might be present either on the bag or within any of the bag's contents. I then opened each of the bags, removed the contents, and laid them out on the evidence sheet for inspection.
And can you describe for the jury sort of big picture on a scene like this, which is, I presume, unusual, what sorts of things you are looking for or attempting to ascertain as you're walking through the room and finding remains in various locations?
As I go through a room and evaluate the room, I'm looking for evidence of a disturbance, a struggle, or an altercation. I'm looking for signs of biological material which may tell me where a body part may be located. I'm also looking for evidence that may have contributed to the death. In other words, instruments, objects, weapons, evidence of drug paraphernalia. In this case in particular, I'm also looking for places that a body may be concealed, or that might be evidence of movement of the body from one location to another.
Doctor, you mentioned some of those things like weapons or the instrumentality of the crime. Were those things noted on your investigation or observation?
Yes, they were.
And what was noted specifically?
On a black standing table besides the bed, there was a gray metal chain. On the dresser, on the left wall of the basement, there was also a gray metal chain. Recovered from some of the containers as well were multiple knives, some of which had a bent blade and one of which had a broken tip.
Specifically as it relates to the human remains that are located, as you're collecting those items, are you sort of conducting an inventory or attempting to ensure that you have everything that you need with respect to the body that was cut up?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to recover as much of the individual as possible to try to ascertain that as much evidence as can be gained has been collected.
As you were going through the room, did you note that it was possible you did not have the entire body present in that room?
Yes, I did.
Did you note specifically what was missing?
On my inventory, I believe I was missing the right thigh, specifically from about the waist to about the knee. I believe that I was missing as well I was also missing the left thigh and left leg.
At some point in time, were you made aware that portions of the body may be at another location?
Yes, I was.
Did you travel to that other location?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
This was a police storage unit offsite.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Upon arrival to the police storage unit, I was directed towards a van or minivan that was in the storage unit, and I was told that there was a possibility that there might be additional body parts within the storage van.
And did you actively participate in attempting to recover the body parts from that van?
Yes, I did. My process was similar. I donned a Tyvek gloves, protective mask, and a protective visor. We laid out an evidence sheet, and then we went through the contents of the van to determine if there were additional body parts.
And were body parts located?
Yes, they were.
What did you find?
I believe we recovered the right femur or leg bone of the thigh of the decedent. We also recovered a portion of left thigh, and we also recovered a portion of left leg from about the level of the knee to the ankle.
And doctor, was there anything noteworthy about the parts that you recovered from the van?
When they were recovered from the van, they were placed in I believe, a crock pot box. There was evidence of skeletal trauma, including sawing, chop injuries, start and stop injuries of the bone consistent with dismemberment.
Anything else about the amount of flesh that remained on those items that were recovered from the van?
Specifically, the right femur had been defleshed. In other words, the skin, soft tissues, and muscle had been removed from the bone so that it was largely stripped down to the bone itself.
Doctor, I want to talk about the evidence recovery process and the chain of custody as it relates to the human remains. Can you describe what that process is?
Very important in the nature of evidentiary work is maintaining a chain of custody. In other words, that the location of the remains and the custody of the remains is documented for each step along the way. At the scene, the evidence is photographed in the presence of witnesses. It is placed in a secured and sealed evidence bag. And then on the outside of the bag, we attempted to write and document which container, which pieces came from, to attempt to recreate or be able to follow the story of the evidence as it goes from the scene through transport all the way to the medical examiner's office. When we use a secured body bag, what we mean is it's an intact body bag that's labeled on the outside, and then we also place a security seal, which is intact and numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show that the seal is intact and that the seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical examiner's office.
And then do you recall what specifically the process was for transporting the remains to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy was?
Yes, I do. The transport driver was notified, the driver was mobilized, and then the driver took custody of the body bags, loaded them in the van, and then the driver and the body was escorted back to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office.
So then, doctor, ultimately, did you perform an autopsy on the remains that were recovered?
Yes, I did on February 25th.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office in McFarland, Wisconsin.
Do you recall who was present for that autopsy?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Present for the autopsy was Brown County law enforcement and our own work technician.
Dr. Trinquita should have done this at the outset, but I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 73. Can you identify that document?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
Exhibit 73 is a copy of my curriculum vitae or resume.
Does that appear to be accurate as of the presentation?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I open for admission of this.
Any objection?
Is that exhibit 73?
It is.
No objection.
Proceed.
And then, Doctor, I would ask you to review the photographs that are depicted in 74, 75, and 76. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe for the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 74?
Would you like me to show the photograph as well?
I intend to publish it if I could, so.
Exhibit 74 is a photograph of a blue gloved hand with a gray label on it. It is holding a blue security seal that is present around a body bag zipper. The gray label reads 223433, and the blue security seal reads 0012227.
Doctor, do you know where that photograph would have been taken?
This photograph was taken within the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
Does it denote the seal and the fact that the bag that was received by the medical examiner's office remained intact and sealed when you received it in Dane County prior to the autopsy?
That is correct.
Can you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 75?
Exhibit 75 is another photograph taken of an outside of a body bag. A blue security seal can be visible at the lower left corner of the photograph. It also has a gray label reading 223433, which is the case number of this case. Written on the outside of the bag is sealed by PS, the initials are P and S, @ 1506 on 02/23/22.
Doctor, are you familiar with the initials PS?
Yes, I am.
And whose are those?
They are our lead investigators initial who are at the scene, Petra Schwab.
And then, Doctor, can you describe what is depicted in Exhibit 76?
Exhibit 76 is also another photograph taken from the inside of the Dane County morgue. It depicts an opened body bag that contains four smaller containers or four smaller bags inside, containers 1 through 4.
And what is the depiction of that particular exhibit? Is that consistent with your recollection of how the remains were recovered and stored when you left the Stony Brook residence?
That is correct.
I would move for admission of those exhibits and ask for permission to publish all three.
The objection to 74, 75, and 76, Mr. Freeland.
Yes, Your Honor, defense objects to exhibits 74, 75, 76, more prejudicial than probative, relevancy, and duplicitous arguments.
Overruled. You can publish the jury.
Judge, while we're waiting for this to fire up, could we have a sidebar with counsel?
Issue I need to take up with the attorney, so I'm going to excuse you. We're going to take our mid-morning break right now, and it'll be about 10 minutes. So all rise for the
And I would note for the record, this is the only photograph that I intend to show of the crime victim. The remainder of the injuries that we'll discuss with the doctor intend to do using diagrams.
Mr. Philip, do you have an objection? We went through this, like I said, 13th of June, but is there an objection?
Your Honor, I put a lot of time into, reviewing all the pictures and did file a motion making objections to photographs that I thought were, that should not come into evidence. But we're in a trial now, and, as a defense attorney, you don't know what the state's going to present as evidence. This picture I would object to on behalf of my client. we already have a picture of what the victim looked like when he was alive. That was already presented by the state. Now they're presenting a second picture. I would argue that this picture, if it has any relevancy to the case, it's highly prejudicial. It's an autopsy picture. I don't believe a lot of people on the jury have ever seen something like this before, and it could shock their conscience and create horror in their minds. So I would object to it, Your Honor, on all of those grounds. Thank you.
Okay. And Dr.
It must be pretty bad then.
Was taken at your office during the course of the autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, the issues the court has to address in these kinds of objections relating to prejudice versus the probative value is really a balancing kind of test. And the issue that's being addressed with the court, what this is being offered for, is to demonstrate the means of death and which is an important part of the case, of course. And I ruled earlier at the hearing in June that I was not going to permit the exhibit of the crime victim's head in the bucket. This is a different really set of circumstances. This is a photograph taken in the process of an autopsy. We have the coroner here, who's really a witness that's an important piece of this case, frankly, for both sides of the case to hear from. And this is a photograph taken in the process of him doing his job, and one that I think, given what I've heard by way of an offer of proof, is going to be useful in him describing the means or the method of death of the victim. I'm satisfied for those reasons that although there's certainly prejudice to the photo, many things that come into a trial are prejudicial to one side or another. Satisfied the probative value in this case outweighs the prejudicial effect. I'm going to allow the photo to be to come into evidence, and then the doctor can explain what's shown on it and why it's relevant to the case. So that's going to be the order of the court.
Your Honor.
Yes.
So with respect to the court, just as further additional argument.
When I further argue my decision?
No.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, though, it's just kind of, in my opinion, sort of highly unusual that this picture, of the deceased would be presented to the jury when the doctor can easily testify about, the cause and manner of death. The picture isn't going to really add too much, in my opinion, but I totally respect the court's ruling. I just want to make sure I made all my arguments to the court.
Sure. And I understand that. Photographs can be helpful to juries in understanding what witnesses are testifying to. For example, I think that argument could be made probably regarding every single photograph that's been entered into evidence, and that is, well, we can tell you what it looked like, and so you don't need to see a picture of it. Photos can be helpful; they can, and so I understand that argument. The doctor could just simply describe everything, but the question is this going to be helpful to the jury?
What the hell is she smiling about?
Prejudicial effect outweigh the probative value? I don't think so. I do think
This is when they said they thought she was flirting with the cameraman.
So that's the order of the court. Anything before counsel takes a brief recess, Mr. Lezay?
Just briefly, so on the issue of the photograph, while we are showing it to the jury, I would ask that the media not show a copy of that photograph on the live stream.
I will enter an order that the media is not permitted to show that photograph on the live stream or take a picture of it.
Well, that's really good that they blocked that out.
Anything else?
No.
Mr. Trail, anything else before break?
No.
Very good. Then you can step down. Doctor, we'll take a break. I think we've taken up about half the break already, but try to be back in 5 or 10 minutes. We're recess. Anything to take up before we go back on the record with the jury, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich?
No, thank you.
Very good. Then we'll bring you the jury. Doctor, if you want to come on back up and take a look at stand.
After she attacked her lawyer, I'm really surprised that they're allowing her to stand there with no handcuffs and no chains, no nothing. So that's kind of, but again, I know during trial, sometimes they can't, it's.
Hey, you seated.
Yeah, it's kind of gross, huh? Her face kind of just tells it all. It's like,
Record
whoa.
with that was a, and this is yours.
I think we were about to publish the 3 photographs that the doctor had previously described. Is it 74, 75, and 76?
Yes.
Dr. Trinquita, exhibit 74 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
And exhibit 75 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
And exhibit 76 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
Thank you, doctor. Now, doctor, if you could confirm the human remains from Shad Thyrion, you received them in the form that was just demonstrated in those photos, is that correct?
That is correct.
From a chain of custody and evidence standpoint, did everything appear to be in order when you received it at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office prior to autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Can you give a general description of the process that was utilized to conduct the autopsy in this case?
Of course. At the scene, we performed the examination as I previously described. In addition, because this occurred during the time of the pandemic, we also did a nasopharyngeal swab to determine if the decedent was COVID positive, and he was. Upon beginning the examination, our first step is usually to take x-rays of the body. And this is a very helpful tool that we use to try to determine if there's any fractures, foreign objects, or what the general condition is of the skeletal system of the decedent. For this, the bag can be intact, which is a helpful way of doing it. Once the bag is opened, the next step is to begin to take as-is photographs. In other words, photographs of the body exactly as it's received, before it's cleaned, before it's washed, before anything is removed. The next step after that is to collect trace evidence, if any can be found. This can involve a sexual assault kit, swabs, fingernail clippings, everything in an effort to try to find any DNA evidence that might be useful. Once that is done, the body can then be washed and cleaned, and then we begin our external examination. The external examination is an examination of the outside of the body, not only for any identifying marks, tattoos, scars, but also to get a sense of what injuries are present, what trauma is present on the body, and if we have the entire body present as we suspected at the scene. So typically at that point, we begin to take our inventory of what is present, and then we also begin to examine each fragment to see what is present, what is trauma, what is artifact, and what is real injury.
And the process that you described as the general process, is that what you utilized here?
That's correct. And by the documentation of the external, we take photographs, we take measurements, and I take diagrams as well to try to recreate for the reader what I see at the table.
And to reiterate, ultimately, what is the goal of conducting the autopsy?
The ultimate goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. But a secondary goal is to try to document the findings that are present so that if somebody challenges or disagrees with these findings, that the evidence is there, that I can provide my explanation for my reasoning and a historical record of what goes on within the autopsy room.
And before we get into the specifics, ultimately, were you able to determine what you believe to be a cause and manner of death for Shad Thyrion?
Yes, it was.
And doctor, is it typical that not only the cause and manner of death, but the findings or the bases to support those findings are generally outlined in a report?
Yes, they are.
And did you prepare such a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Dr. Trinquita, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 78. Can you review that and identify that document for the jury?
Exhibit number 78 is a copy of the autopsy report that was generated on our case number 223433 for Shad Thyrion.
Doctor, is that a 14-page report?
That is correct.
And you believe that report accurately outlines your findings following the autopsy and investigation into the death of Shad Thyrion?
Yes, I do.
And are the opinions that are outlined in this report and the final diagnoses, are those opinions that are consistent with your medical training and experience?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 78.
The objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
That'll be received.
And doctor, again, before we get into the bases or the specifics, what was your opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death of Shad Thyrion?
It is my medical opinion that the cause of death of Shad Thyrion is strangulation and that the manner of death is homicide.
Can you explain for the jury the difference between cause and manner?
Of course. Cause of death is the mechanism by which somebody dies. If one wants to think of it as an example, a gunshot wound to the head is a cause of death. That is a mechanism by which somebody dies. The manner of death is the category or classification of that mechanism. So in other words, a gunshot wound to the head can be a suicide, it can be an accidental death, or it can be a homicidal death. The cause of death you want to think about as the mechanical process which results in someone's death. And the manner of death is the circumstances or the totality of the story, including the investigation and the scene findings, and the history, which helps you categorize that mechanism in terms of the class of death that this occurs.
Doctor, I'll first address the issue of cause of death. Can you outline for the jury the findings or the circumstances that support your opinion that the cause of death in this case was strangulation?
Of course. On examination of the body, I'm looking for any findings that might indicate what the potential cause of death might be. In this case, on my examination of the decedent, I had a number of findings that were consistent with a strangulation death. To begin with, I had plethory or cyanosis of the head and upper neck. And by plethory or cyanosis, I mean a deep purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body from the head is interrupted or blocked. Along those lines, I had numerous petechial hemorrhages or burst blood vessels of the skin of the face, of the conjunctivae around the eyes or the pink around the eyes. I had hemorrhages as well of the whites of the eyes or the sclera, and also had hemorrhages of the mucosa of the inside of the mouth. These are all consistent with sharp pressure being applied to the neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels. In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation. When I examined the tongue itself, there was a patterned indentation on the surface of the tongue, consistent with an object being pressed hard across the tongue, such that it left an indentation within the tongue. There were also abrasions or scrapes on the surface of the tongue, and there was an intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding within the tongue. This is often seen in cases of strangulation, where the tongue can be trapped between the teeth and the jaw is driven upwards and trapping the tongue between the teeth. Once I dissected down the neck, I had hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck as well. And this is also classically seen often in cases of strangulation, where blunt force trauma is applied to the neck during the process of compression, and you have injury and bleeding within the neck muscles. These hemorrhages were not only the neck muscles, but they were also in the soft tissues surrounding the trachea or airway or windpipe, surrounding the larynx or upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine or the spinal column as it goes all the way down to the vertebra. So in other words, I had hemorrhages going from the surface all the way down deep into the neck muscle structures, indicative of significant force being applied to the neck.
Just wanted to follow up on that particular last point. Doctor, you indicated in multiple areas where you saw evidence of strangulation. Did those same areas allow you to make some sort of determination or form an opinion as to the amount of force or the amount of time that force would have been applied to the neck?
Objection, speculation.
I think that's exactly what his professional role is.
This is a great deal of force. We're not talking about simply injuries to the superficial structures, for example, the skin. I have injuries to the very thick muscles on the sides of the neck. I have injuries to the soft tissues beneath this. I have injuries to all the soft tissues surrounding the neck, and I also have hemorrhage on the soft tissue on the anterior aspect of the cervical spine. This is hemorrhage deep through multiple layers of the neck, consistent with a great deal of force being applied and a great deal of injury.
Doctor, as we've heard, obviously there is a significant amount of mutilation to the body or disruption of the body in multiple different places. Can you describe how you are able to determine that those other cutting injuries to the portions of the body are postmortem as opposed to causing the death of Shad?
In my examination, there was extensive post-mortem mutilation of the body. And I believe that this is post-mortem mutilation because there is no hemorrhage associated with these injuries. In other words, I have multiple sharp force trauma with multiple stab wounds, multiple punctures, multiple incised wounds of the skin, deep cuts within the muscles and tendons and soft tissue, deep cuts within the bone. But all of these cuts are non-hemorrhagic. In other words, there's no blood or bleeding associated with it. These are consistent with post-mortem mutilation. In other words, there's no circulation going on. There's very little blood actually still left within the vascular system. This is all consistent with the body being dismembered after death.
Doctor, at this point, I intend to show you a photograph which is sensitive in nature. I intend to publish that photograph for the jury. So I'm putting the jury and also the media on notice that I intend to use the photograph at this point and then have the judge describe it. Doctor, clerk is showing you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 77. Can you identify what that photograph is?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is a depiction of the right side of Shad Thyrion's face at the autopsy examination. In the photograph is the right side of his face, along with the grayscale ruler with the case number, and also a L-shaped ABFO ruler, which is an American Board of Forensic Odontology ruler. It shows dimensions in 2 scales. The right side of his face shows his eyes closed and his tongue protuberant, clenched between the right side of his mouth. He has abrasions or scrapes that are visible on the right side of his face and nose and cheek. at the lower aspect of the photograph are numerous sharp force injuries depicted on the upper chest.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of that photograph, or move for admission of the photograph, and ask for permission to publish at this time.
Okay, objection has already been made.
Same objection as before.
I'm going to overrule the objection and the picture can be published. And I'll note that the media is not allowed to publish this photo.
Doctor, the photograph depicted in Exhibit 77, is that now visible on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Can you utilize that photograph to describe some of the indicia of strangulation that you had previously outlined for the jury?
Yes, I can. As you look at his face compared to the lower aspect of his body, which is visible in the upper right corner, you can see how much more purple and how much more congested it is compared to the rest of his body. Similarly, on the particularly you can see around the cheek, there are small pinpoint hemorrhages or circular petechial hemorrhages also on the right temple, which are burst hemorrhages present on the skin. And these are referred to as petechial hemorrhages, caused from ruptured capillaries on the skin surface. His tongue is protuberant and visible in this photograph coming out the right side of his mouth. Subsequently, as we examine the tongue further, we can see that there are abrasions and contusions of the tongue from impacts between the teeth. There is also a ligature oppression, as we previously described, on the surface of the tongue, which is not visible here. It's hidden by his mouth.
And Doctor, you talked about the coloration and how that's relevant to the strangulation as the cause of death. Is the coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem?
It does, yes.
Doctor, in addition to preparing a report and taking photographs of the injuries, do you also utilize diagrams?
Yes, I do.
And what is the purpose of those diagrams?
My primary purpose is to document the findings in as many different ways as I can. I take photographs, I take diagrams, I take measurements. I want to recreate the findings for the viewer, for the reader, so that they can go back to them and see what I saw at the autopsy table. I also find the diagrams are easier for people to review and people to look at who do not look at bodies on a regular basis. They're less traumatic. They protect the privacy of the decedent a little more. And I think that they are a document which I found to be very valuable for conveying what I found in a very easy to understand and not disturbing way.
Doctor, I've provided Exhibit 79. Can you take a look at that and describe what that is for the jury?
Exhibit 79 is a copy of my autopsy notes and diagrams that I generated on this case. It includes head and neck diagrams. It includes diagrams of the entire body and diagrams of the skeletal system as well.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 79 and ask for permission to publish the diagrams.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that can be published to the jury. I'll receive it and it can be published to the jury.
And Judge, for the diagrams and the subsequent discussion, could the lights be dimmed as well?
Sure.
Dr. Trinquita, is the screen now displaying what would be the first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And can you note what's of importance from your medical perspective as to these diagrams?
Of course. This is the front page of what's referred to as my autopsy notes. And this allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings. Also, a spot at the top where I can enter the general demographic features. In other words, weight of the body as it's recovered, approximated age, frame, hair color, eye color, what's the state of the postmortem changes, such as rigor mortis or livor mortis. And then with the front and back diagrams, I'm able to show sort of general findings. In this case, because there were so many sharp force injuries and injuries of the head and neck, I saved them for separate diagrams. And this is more for general findings. The most relevant ones that I want to kind of emphasize on is there is marked congestion of the head and neck, but the rest of the body is relatively pale. There were some contusions or blunt force trauma injuries of the remainder of the body. There was a contusion on the upper aspect of the left side of the chest, a contusion on the upper aspect of the right side of the chest. There were abrasions of the right upper extremity. There was a contusion or bruise of the anterior aspect of the right knee, and there was a collapsed blister on the left heel. He also had a gray metal ring that was present on the little finger of the left hand.
Doctor, on the screen, are we now showing page 2 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, we are.
And specifically, I draw your attention to the top right-hand corner of that. There's a depiction or a drawing. What is that?
In the top right-hand drawing is a depiction of the surface of the decedent's tongue. With my crude art skills, I apologize. But I'm depicting where the arc-like abrasions are present on the tongue, and that's at the tip, those curvilinear interrupted abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were two parallel, very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Being pressed against the tongue.
Doctor, based on your prior experience with strangulation cases, is that something that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation, that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck, but also on other parts of the body?
Yes, it occurs when the ligature shifts during the assault. If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see injuries across the chin, across the lower lip, or inside the mouth as the ligature is shifting in position before it's placed down on the neck.
Doctor, you mentioned that you were present on scene and had the opportunity to observe two metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you note any consistency between those chains that were collected and the marks that you observed on Shad Thyrion's body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I'm looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene. In this case, we had very organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
Doctor, does the screen now depict the third page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And could you describe for the jury the significance of these particular diagrams?
Because there were so many findings, I separated out the head and neck diagrams to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different views of the decedent's head and neck. Similar to the photograph, we can see that there is congestion of the head above the level of decapitation. In other words, there's purplish discoloration or cyanosis or plethory of the upper aspect of the neck and head, consistent with congestion. On the right side of the decedent's face and nose is an abrasion. There are contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or bruises. Once I dissected down the neck, I found hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck on the left side and right side of the neck. I also found sharp force injuries of the outer aspect of the left eyebrow and outer aspect of the left upper eyelid, and then also on the left side of the tip of the nose. I believe that these are also post-mortem artifact because they're non-hemorrhagic. There's no redness, there's no swelling. This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the decedent. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebrae. So it's just above the base of the neck where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
Now, Doctor, does the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
I don't think I will ask you to describe every injury that's denoted on this particular diagram, as we would be here a while, but could you describe generally what is depicted in this diagram?
Of course. This is a front and back view of the decedent's body, where I'm attempting to show the points of dismemberment, as well as points of sharp force injury that are present. The contusions I've also included here to try to show where they are, or bruises and abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed. In other words, the skin of the back has been removed. Also, the muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine. The torso, so extending from about the neck to the groin, has been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine, so that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right elbow. We have numerous cuts and stab wounds of the extremities. When we get to the abdomen and thighs, we have areas of skin removal where flaps of skin have been removed. Where we get to the right thigh, all of the soft tissue has been removed, so we're down to the bone. In other words, all we have is exposed femur for the length of the femur. When we get to the lower extremities, the left lower extremity has been amputated to the level of the knee. The kneecap or patella was recovered separately. We have another amputation from the knee to the level of the ankle, and the left foot was recovered from within the left chest cavity, placed within there. At the right lower extremity, we have, again, the femur, which has been largely defleshed, but I was able to reapproximate the pieces of muscle and pieces of skin to recreate what was there. And then we had the right knee to the right foot still intact.
Doctor, based on your training and experience, what kind of amount of time would be necessary in order to create this sort of disruption to a body?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Foundation.
Overruled. It is my medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation, we have dismemberment, we have transection of the torso. Subsequently, internally, the body has been eviscerated. In other words, we have entered inside the body through various cuts, both at the abdomen and between the ribs, where The victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one. We have castration of the decedent. The decedent has been castrated as well. We have cutting or sawing through chop mark injuries of the bones. It is my medical opinion that this would have taken quite a great deal of time.
And Doctor, is the screen now depicting page 5 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it is.
And what are you attempting to denote here as opposed to on the previous exhibit?
Again, I don't want to overload one particular set of diagrams. So in this set of diagrams, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show the points of skeletal dismemberment. In other words, where on the skeletal system the body has been taken apart. So here I'm illustrating that the head and neck have been severed at the level of C5, C6. I have that the torso has been severed at the level of about L3, L4 of the lumbar spine. I've shown that the pelvis has been cut right at the pubic bone and separated open. I've shown that there is attempted to sharp force trauma at the distal right arm or right humerus, and also at the proximal right forearm or right radius and ulna. I'm showing that we have amputations or severing of the left femur, both just proximal to the hip and at the distal left femur. I've shown that the left kneecap has been separated, and I've also shown that the left lower leg has also been separated at the distal tibia and fibula. At the right lower extremity, the right hip socket has been opened and separated. I have severing of the right lower extremity at the level of the knee, and the kneecap on the right side is received with the lower leg.
Doctor, you had mentioned attempted dismemberment or attempted amputation. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Of course. There are some areas where there are cuts through the muscle and cuts through the skin, but they do not completely transect the limb or extremity. So there's evidence of cutting deeply into these tissues in the postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they're still attached. On the bones, there's multiple evidence of sharp force trauma to the bones, even in areas where the bone is still in one piece. Evidence of previous attempts to cut or saw through or transect the bone. These pieces of bone were collected.
Non-responsive.
Doctor, is it typical that in the course of your investigation into a death that you would ask for toxicology to be performed on the decedent?
Yes, I would.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
What were some of the challenges that you faced with respect to toxicology?
The largest challenge was the amount of disruption of the vascular system. This body was essentially bloodless. So what I did is at the scene, I collected a hemorrhagic fluid that was present in one of the containers where the body was kept, with the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's remains as they sat within the container. And these were submitted for toxicology. In addition, I saved tissues as well, should there have been a need for that.
Based on your training and experience, are there concerns about the accuracy of the toxicology based on how you had to obtain the fluid for toxicology?
Yes, there are.
And what are those concerns?
This was hemorrhagic fluid that was collected from in this case, the bucket, where a portion of the decedent's remains were recovered. Whether this all represents the decedent's blood, somebody else's blood, substances that may have been present in the bucket before the decedent was placed in there, whether the blood is entirely blood or a combination of blood and cerebrospinal fluid and vomit and other fluids, whether there is water present in the bucket as well. So as a result, these findings are noted, but they should be taken in that context and with those caveats.
And in terms of the toxicology report, what substances did you note from the fluid that was submitted for toxicological testing?
From the fluid that was submitted, we found cocaine. We found cocaine metabolite benzoyl acagnine. We found methamphetamine. We found amphetamine. We found delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or the active component of marijuana. I believe we also found nicotine, which is present in most tobacco products.
Now, Doctor, you found a number of those substances in the fluid. Are those substances, in your opinion, contributory to Shad Thyrian's death in any way?
I do not believe so, no.
I think you mentioned this earlier, Doctor, when you were describing the general process of the autopsy. But is swabbing of the body something that you typically do?
When I suspect that there may be the involvement of another individual within a death, yes, swabbing is something that I typically do.
And is that something that was done in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the process for swabbing and then the process for maintaining the integrity of the evidence that's collected in those swabs?
Of course. Before the body is cleaned or altered in any way, while it is still resting on an evidence sheet, like what I do is I collect DNA swabs of the external surfaces of the body. Typically, I'll go for areas where I suspect the greatest possibility of contact. In this case, I believe they're all listed on pages 14 of the autopsy report. So it included the left and right sides of the forehead, the left and right cheeks, the left and right sides of the chin, the left and right sides of the neck, both sides of the chest, what was left of the skin surface of the abdomen, what was left of the skin surface of the back, the left and right arms, the left and right forearms, the left and right wrists, the palmar aspects of the left and right hands, the dorsal aspects of the left and right hands, the skin of the left thigh, the skin of both legs, the skin of both feet. And then I took oral, penile, scrotal, and rectal swabs. And then of all the fragments of skin that were recovered separate from the decedent, I swabbed the skin surfaces of those as well. So those were 12 separate fragments of skin were each swabbed. After that, they're air dried, packaged, and given to law enforcement.
And that process was followed in this case with respect to the integrity of the evidence.
That is correct.
Is it typical that you obtain a swab that's intended to be either a swab or some sort of evidence that is intended to be a known sample for the deceased?
That is correct.
What is the typical process for that?
Typically, we collect what's referred to as a DNA card, which is a blood spot card that is air dried and then subsequently can be used for DNA testing.
Do you know if that was used in this case?
Yes, it was.
You know if you also did a buccal swab in this case, or a swab from the inside of the mouth of the decedent?
That's correct. That was with my oral swab that I took earlier.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Trinquita, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Did you determine the time of death and the date of death for the deceased?
At best, I can determine approximately how long a person has been dead. But in terms of determining the time of death and the date of death, we list the time where they're examined by a medical professional.
This particular case, you were contacted by the Brown County Medical Examiner, or Petra Schwab, correct?
She was our lead, Petra Schwab was our lead investigator at the time. That's correct.
Okay. She's not a medical examiner, but she's a director, correct?
I believe now her title is Director of Operations, correct?
And she contacted you to secure your assistance with the investigation in this particular case?
That is correct.
Were you contacted on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And you were briefed on some of the issues or what may or may not have happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you traveled from Madison to where the location on Stony Brook Lane, or where did you go?
That is correct. I traveled to the home on Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay.
And do you recall the time that you got there, roughly? Was it in the
Unfortunately,
morning?
not offhand. I believe it was in the morning, but it's difficult to say. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a while.
All right. Fair to say that the facts with regards to this case or the circumstances were quite unusual based on your training and experience. Is that fair?
Could you describe what you mean by unusual?
You don't often see situations where there are body parts all over, correct?
I think my line of work is unfortunately very different from others. Fragmentation of people is very common. Motor vehicle accidents, train accidents, people who have jumped from tall buildings or been hit by a subway train. That's not unusual for me. It's something I see quite often.
How about a severed head in a bucket and body parts in different locations? Is that unusual for you?
I would say it's not a common occurrence. That's correct.
It's different, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that those particular facts make it a little bit more challenging when you have to do your autopsy and your testing and your swabs and your analysis? Is that fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that you essentially have to try to understand the global picture. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside?
That is correct.
You conferred with several detectives, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Schwab was there. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human remains in different locations, correct?
That is correct.
You found a head and a penis and testicles in a black bucket, correct?
That is correct, at the base of the stairs.
And then you found some other body parts in a duffel bag. They call it a Jimmy Choo bag on a entertainment center, correct?
I believe so, yes. I believe that was the dark blue bag on the dresser. I'm not very familiar with bags, unfortunately, but yes, I can say color at least. Yes.
Okay, sure. Inside that blue bag, as you say, there were lots of plastic shopping bags in there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was it hard or difficult to understand what you were actually looking at when you were removing these items from the bag due to having plastic bags inside?
I would say no. I'm fairly comfortable with plastic bags. They're often seen at scenes. And then the recovery of the individual pieces, identifying them, of course, is something that I do fairly regularly. So I was able to start saying, okay, this is clearly a piece of this is clearly a piece of that. As we began to gather the inventory, that becomes a very important part of determining if the entire body is present or whether there might be other pieces at another location or destroyed.
As you moved along in the basement of 829 Stony Brook Lane, you moved towards a pink and black Under Armour backpack, correct?
That is correct.
And there were more human remains in there, correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that these remains belong to one person, or did you have a concern that, did you have any concerns about that?
Very much. My goal was to determine whether or not there might be more than one person present. So in other words, if I found, for example, 2 patellas from the left side, or if I found 2 left arms, then I would be concerned that there might be more than one decedent present.
And then as you went through the basement, did the detectives follow you? Did you take the lead, or how did that kind of work?
Typically what's done is the law enforcement has the jurisdiction or the investigation of the scene of the surrounding circumstances. But the body, the investigation of the body and the examination of the body falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. So in this case, also because our goal is to try to prevent contamination and preserve as much evidence as possible, we took the lead where we are wearing Tyvek suits and gloves and masks and trying to collect things in as clean and preserved a way as possible. So we took the lead on that, and law enforcement remained in the background.
This wasn't a perfect situation as far as the basement was concerned because there was lots of clutter down there. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
There's like a table, Pac-Man machine, all kinds of other items, correct?
That is correct.
You recall seeing 3 mattresses stacked on each other?
Yes, I do.
And then there was another container. Was it such that it was a blue tote?
Yes, there was. I believe it was towards the head of the bed.
And there were human remains in the blue tote, correct?
That is correct.
And on top of the tote, there was blankets or clothing items. Is that fair?
I believe there were, yes.
So fair to say that some of these items that you were attempting to collect may have been tampered with or tainted in some way because of other items being put on top or plastic bags being utilized?
In what way, sir?
If you could just answer my question with due respect.
I'm trying, if my interpretation of tainted with means that DNA evidence could have been lost potentially, or DNA evidence could have been contaminated, I would say that certainly any object that would have come in contact with the remains could potentially transfer or wipe away DNA evidence. So for example, if the plastic bags had other people's DNA on it, that can be transferred onto the skin surface or body surfaces. If the tote bag had other people's DNA on it, that also can be transferred onto the body surfaces of what's been placed in there. If the bedding or bed sheets also had other people's DNA on it, that could be, or hair samples or fingernail clippings, that also could be transferred onto the body surfaces. So if I understand the question correctly, I think that that's about as good an answer as I can give.
You answered it. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
Did you see evidence of drug usage down in the basement on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, I did.
Did you see a meth pipe down there and a gem baggie with crystal-like substance?
I believe I saw a glass pipe. I think I recall it was white in color. And then there was, I believe, a small green baggie with a powdery crystalline substance inside.
Did you see any evidence of drugs or drug substances on the decedent's mouth or face?
I did not.
Did you swab for that?
The face was swabbed, yes.
With regards to your report, did you indicate that the deceased had possible acute intoxication due to the combined effects of methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana?
That is correct.
From your analysis and assessment and examination of the body, did you in any way opine or conclude that drugs had anything to do with the death of Mr. Thyrion?
It is my medical opinion that the drugs did not have anything to do with the death of Mr. Thyrion.
Have you had cases where people overdose on methamphetamine?
Yes, I have.
Resulting in death?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that that didn't happen in this particular case?
I know that that did not happen in this particular case because of the extent of hemorrhaging that's present within the decedent's neck and head. In other words, these are antemortem injuries when he still had circulation. In other words, he was still able to bleed. So as a result, I have bruising and contusions of the neck muscles. I have deep hemorrhages of the soft tissues all the way down to the cervical spine, and I have numerous blown hemorrhages of the eyes and oral mucosa and facial skin. To have these, you have to have circulation. You have to have blood pressure. Without it, you will not get these injuries. You can strangle or stab or punch or hit a dead body as much as you want, but without circulation and without that blood pressure, you're not going to get this kind of hemorrhage.
Do you know if drugs such as methamphetamine could have caused the protuberance of the tongue in the deceased?
Methamphetamine causing protuberance of the tongue?
Yes.
It's not been my experience that it causes that.
When you received the remains in the body bags, was there anything unusual with the manner or way you received the items at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office? Did you have any concerns with what you received?
If I understand the question correctly, did I have any concerns about the manner in which the remains were brought to me or delivered to me?
Yes.
I did not.
Okay. How did you get those items? They obviously were packaged up at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
That is correct. And I participated in the packaging.
And then can you take me from there how they arrived at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office?
Of course.
Thank you.
Again, as the bodies were packaged up, the security seal was placed on the bags to show that the body bags are intact and undisturbed. At that point, we contact the driver. The driver from our office comes up to Brown County, collects the remains, then places them into their van. The van is refrigerated, which allows for as best preservation of the remains as we can, and then the body is taken back to Dane County. At that point, the body is checked in to our secured cooler by one of our investigators, and then the body is kept in that secured cooler until such time that we can perform the autopsy examination, which in this case was the 25th.
Thank you. Have you been involved in cases where it's a situation where it's death by asphyxiation, where people engage in choking kind of behaviors?
If I understand the question correctly, yes, I have had cases where people have died from asphyxiation due to choking or strangulation as a mechanism. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everyone.
State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State House Deputy Bryce.
Okay, sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Deputy Bryce Haines, Haines.
Okay, and Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed as a patrol deputy with the Brown County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed in that capacity with the Brown County Sheriff's Office?
approximately 2.5 years.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked for approximately 1.5 years in the village of Black Creek as a police officer.
But then for the last 2.5 years with the Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, do you sometimes get called out to respond to incident locations in the county of Brown?
Yes.
And you also have occasion to assist other jurisdictions with their own cases?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I want to ask you, Deputy, then about February 23rd, 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
So deputies were requested to assist the Green Bay Police Department in locating a vehicle that was involved with what was dispatched as a suspicious situation. That they requested that we look for a gold town and country van.
And do you recall approximately what time that call would have come in to your department?
I was dispatched at roughly 4:15 a.m.
And this is on February 23rd?
Correct.
And was there information provided that this van may be located at that Eastman address?
It was my understanding that the possible suspect had been driving the vehicle and staying at that residence.
And did you ultimately arrive at 2523 Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Green Bay?
Yes, it is.
And did you locate that reported gold van in the vicinity of that address?
Yes, it was located on the north side of the building.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 80. Do you recognize what Exhibit 80 depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of the gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
And the depiction in Exhibit 80, does that appear to be consistent with the scene around the Eastman Avenue address that you encountered?
Yes, it does.
Sorry, on February 23rd?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that general layout of where the vehicles were positioned and everything, that's consistent with how you first encountered the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 80.
Any objection?
No objection.
80 is received.
I'd ask permission to publish as well.
No objection.
That'll be published to the jury.
Okay, then Deputy, it's behind you, but also there's a screen in front of you if that's easier. So are we looking at Exhibit 80 now presently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So when you arrived at this Eastman address, where are you positioned?
I was positioned, the van's facing south. I was positioned to the northeast of the van.
And when you arrived, you mentioned you were dispatched at 4:15. Do you recall when you would have gotten to this address?
Approximately 4:20, 4:25, probably 5 to 10 minutes to respond.
And from that time, did you maintain a sort of visual on the vehicle?
Yes, once the vehicle was located.
Did you observe whether the van was occupied or unoccupied at that point?
It appeared unoccupied.
Did you see, during the time you were there, any other person walk to or from that vehicle?
No, I did not.
And then how long were you on scene for?
I'm not sure exactly how long I was on scene, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And when would you have left?
I was relieved by an officer from the Green Bay Police Department.
So you were assisting, I guess, Green Bay, and then once they got there, you sort of left it to them.
That's
Fair to
correct.
say?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Deputy Haines, what time were you relieved by the Green Bay police officer?
I would guess approximately 5 a.m. I I do not know the exact time.
Okay. And you were called to go right to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That is correct.
And it's a larger apartment complex where people live, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there on February 23rd of 2022, it was fairly dark outside, correct?
Yes.
And there's snow on the ground, right?
Correct.
And were you told which vehicle to look for?
Yes, we were given the description as well as the license plate for the vehicle.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
No, myself along with two other deputies and our patrol sergeant arrived on scene.
Okay. Did you get there first?
I arrived first, I believe.
Okay.
We all arrived roughly at the same time.
All right. You took your own squad car?
Correct.
When you got out, then what did you do? Did you walk?
I did not get out of my patrol vehicle. I did not approach the vehicle.
Okay. You just parked behind it?
I parked to the northeast of the vehicle, not directly behind the van.
Okay. You didn't get out and walk around the perimeter of the van, is that fair?
That is correct. I did not do that.
And that picture that you saw, the back of that Town and Country minivan, it had all snow on the back window, right?
Correct.
And there was a car to the left and a car to the right of it, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that these vehicles were kind of parked fairly close to each other?
Yes.
When you were sitting in your squad car, could you see inside of the Town and Country minivan?
I could see the side windows. I could not tell if anyone was in the vehicle or not.
Were the windows tinted?
It was dark. I can't tell you if they were tinted any regularly or not.
Okay. Did you see any person, let's strike that. Did you put any police tape out there?
I did not.
When the other Green Bay police officer arrived, then you just left?
Correct.
Did you see anybody walking around the van or in front of the van while you were there?
No.
And the entire time that you were there, you were sitting in your squad?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody come in or out of that apartment complex?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. Next witness.
State calls Officer Garth Russell.
Okay, sir, if you want to step up here, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath. And then I believe the media is aware of the situation with the video, correct? Got it.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter known before the court, so help you God.
I swear.
Have a seat and state your name for the record.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Green Bay
All right, and how long have you been employed as a police officer?
since October 2016.
And prior to that time, do you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a military policeman in the United States Army
For about how long?
for approximately 2 years.
And then since 2016, you've been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes,
I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a police officer with the Green Bay Police Department on that day?
yes, I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes,
And to where were you dispatched on Eastman Avenue?
I believe the address was 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Is that a house? Is that an apartment building? Is that a duplex? Can you describe that?
It's an apartment building.
And why were you dispatched to that residence on Eastman?
I was dispatched to that residence. I was asked by Sergeant Brester, was the supervisor on shift, to first relieve the deputies on scene there because they were on scene, I guess, waiting on an individual to arrive. And I was also tasked with assisting in the locating of a gold Chrysler van and a person associated with that van and that address.
So prior to your arrival, you were informed that sheriff's deputies had already located the vehicle?
I believe the sheriff's deputies were on scene. I don't remember if they already located the vehicle or not.
But you were told to go to that area?
Yes.
All right. And when you got there, what did you observe?
When I got there, I subsequently walked in the parking lot with me and a few other officers, and we were told to look for this van, and then we were told to see if there was anything strange happening with the van or anything. So we walked the parking lot, saw the van, and then we went from there.
The van that you reported seeing, is that the same gold minivan that you were kind of looking for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned you were sort of walking around the van area. What happens next?
So while walking around the van, the marker lights on the van blinked twice, indicating that somebody was manipulating the keyless entry system into the van. Then once that happened, I think approximately 10 seconds later, someone came out of the apartment complex.
And the person that came out of the apartment complex, did you have contact with that person?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately identify that person?
Yes, I did.
Who did you identify her as?
I identified her as Taylor Schabusiness.
The person who you had contact with on February 23rd as they exited the apartment complex, do you see him or her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out what they're wearing, where they're sitting for us?
She's sitting to my right. She's wearing a black what appears to be a thin jacket and a dark blue dress with a blue and white floral pattern.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identify the defendant.
It will so reflect.
No objection.
What happened when you observed Ms. Schabusiness then?
We observed Mr. Business. I made contact with her. I subsequently placed her in handcuffs and noticed what appeared to be dried blood on her sweatshirt, the front and the back.
Did you make any note of any potential evidence on her hands?
Yes, I also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
During this time, you were working as a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And were you utilizing any body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it operational in your belief?
Yes, it was.
When a particular incident or an arrest is made, is there a way for you to sort of save that body camera footage to a system?
Yes.
Does that allow you the chance to then review that at a later date?
Yes.
And then do you enter that into your department system?
Yes.
And have you also had the chance to review portions of your body camera footage prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
Would you recognize it if you were to see it here in court?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask then to play approximately 4 minutes from Exhibit 81.
Objection, Mr. Chairman?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
I think we'll dim the lights.
Hitting play at 0 minutes, 0 seconds.
Please go back. Please go. Nothing. Hey. Is this blood? Does this look like blood to you? Or am I just tripping? Bloody footprint? You see this right here?
Could possibly be blood.
Hey, who did that? Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department. Just make sure you got nothing on you here. Good, Taylor. Taylor, you have one more here. You have one more here. Just put your hand back. Anything else here, buddy? You got blood on your hands here, blood. No, on your hands. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to. What apartment? What apartment are you in? Do you have a come up? On the double. Which apartment? One is what they came back to. Okay, go. That's hard to get here now. Watch this window right here. Watch this window right here. Go in here. Go in here. Come to the back of the apartments. That's where we're at. You come over here. 2 more will be fine. If 84 is here. Yeah, contact me now.
Hands up! Walk out front of me!
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Get on the ground!
What's in the apartment? Be straight up.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. You ready for this? Here we go.
Thumbs? What? Just thumbs? Is he armed? Nobody's armed? You sure?
You're not police! Somebody in here! Announce yourself now!
Go. Maybe we gotta go here.
Okay, for the record, 4 minutes of that exhibit, actually the entirety of that exhibit was played into the record. Officer, having reviewed that video, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the body camera worn footage that you were wearing on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 81.
Any objection?
No. Received. So I want to ask just a few questions then, officer. There's an earlier part in the clip where you had noted some area of suspected blood. Is that right?
That's right.
And what do you recall observing?
It looked like a couple of drops of blood in front of the vehicle, along with a footprint that was within, or that encompassed one of the drops.
And I guess was that pointed out to other officers who were on scene?
Yes.
You mentioned then the lights of the vehicle were activated and sort of flash. Is that right?
Yes.
And then about 10 seconds later, Mr. Business exited the apartment?
Yes.
At the end of the video, where were you walking Mr. Business to?
I was walking her to my patrol car.
And was she, I guess, put in the back of the squad car?
Yes, she was.
Was there any further questioning or anything done at that point?
The only question I asked Nisha Business was if she knew why we were there.
Okay. And then did you ultimately just transport her then to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
When you got to the Green Bay Police Department, what further steps did you take?
We placed her in interview room 3, I believe, where I had Officer Kenny assist me with taking photographs of what looked like smeared blood on her hands and on her clothing. I also had her remove the sweatshirt that had what appeared to be blood on it, as well as her socks and her shoes.
And then was another officer requested to assist with the further removal of some clothing?
I believe after I left the room, there was another officer that might have been asked to assist with the removal of some additional clothing so that Mr. Business could get temporary clothing because we wanted all her clothes as evidence.
The clothing items that you took, did those stay within your custody and control?
Yes.
And did you subsequently enter them into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
I did.
I guess in totality on February 23rd, in your interactions with Mr. Business, did you ask sometimes questions of her?
I didn't ask questions of her. I more like commands like, hey, please remove your jacket. Please remove your hat. Let me get your shoes. Sit here. Just commands, not really questions.
The commands that the requests that you were giving Mr. Business, was she in that time following those?
Yes, she was.
Was she in some instances responding appropriately?
Yes, she was.
In the context of your questions and commands?
Yes, she was.
For instance, did you ask if there was anyone else in the residence at that point?
I did ask her.
Did she provide a response?
She did.
And was there a person located in the apartment?
Yes, there was.
Thank you, officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Officer Russell, good morning.
Good morning.
So you were asked to go directly to 2353 Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Who asked you to go over there?
I was dispatcher, and Sergeant Brester also instructed me to go there.
Sergeant Brester?
Yes.
Okay, did you go by yourself?
Several other officers were sent to the location.
And what was the purpose of you going over there?
The purpose of me going over there was to relieve deputies that were on scene, along with assist with the overall incident.
Were you going over there to look at a vehicle or talk to people or what? You know?
I was tasked, me and other officers were tasked with locating a person who was last seen with the victim, as well as looking at the vehicle as I described earlier.
Okay. So you were asked to go and see if you could make contact with Taylor Schabusiness?
Correct.
Have you been involved in death scene or homicide scene investigations prior to this particular situation?
Yes.
How many?
Death scenes, I can't recall a few, and at least one other homicide scene that I can recall.
Okay. And so on this particular date, you drove over there and you parked your SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And then you walked up, correct?
Yep.
And it was dark and there was a lot of snow on the ground. Is that fair?
It was dark. There was snow on the ground. The apartment buildings provided light to the parking lot, though.
Was it kind of a glared look outside that apartment complex?
Wouldn't necessarily say a cleared look. It was dark, snow on the ground. The lighting from the apartment complex was adequate enough to illuminate the parking lot.
Okay. And is it fair that there are several vehicles all parked in front of the building at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
And did you have a license plate as you walked up?
Yes.
Okay. And on that video, was that you that was shining the light, the flashlight?
Yes.
You found this gold minivan, correct?
I'm sorry?
You found the gold minivan?
I believe before as we were walking off, the minivan might have been found already.
Okay. You walked around the minivan, correct?
Yes.
The vehicles that were on either side of the minivan were parked fairly close, so there wasn't a lot of room. Is that fair?
There was adequate room for people to get between the vehicles, the minivan and the vehicles parked on either side.
You walked on the driver's side of the minivan, correct?
I did.
Then you walked around the front of it?
I did.
At some point then, you heard a keyless entry system or some kind of beep?
I didn't hear any beeps. What I saw was a flashing of the parking lights on the vehicle, indicating that somebody might have manipulated a keyless entry system to the vehicle.
Okay. And how many officers were there at the time that you were there?
It was myself, Officer Fisher, along with Officer Whitman, and then Lieutenant Buckman was on the scene somewhere.
And then you, correct?
Yes.
So 4.
I believe other officers arrived while we were on scene as well.
And at some point, you made contact with Taylor Schabusiness on the step outside the door, correct?
I did.
She was under the overhang, is that correct?
She came out of the common entrance for the apartment complex.
And you asked what her name was, correct?
I introduced myself to her and told her, so I introduced myself to her, if memory serves me correctly. I already knew who she was based on a records check while driving to the scene, looking at her mugshots via police records, which are accurate and reliable as they are kept in the ordinary course of business. I knew what she looked like.
Okay. And are you the one that handcuffed her?
I was.
And when you had contact with her, did you find her to be under the influence of drugs?
No.
Did you ask her if she was using drugs that night?
I did not.
You didn't ask anything about drugs at all, correct?
I did not.
Did she seem off as far as maybe being tired or just acting odd?
She did not.
What about her eyes? Did her eyes seem to be closed or like slits?
She seemed normal to me.
Okay. So then she was cooperative with you, correct?
She was.
When you handcuffed her, did you notice that she had some cuts on her thumbs or on her fingers?
I did not at that time. I did, however, notice a cut on her finger while we were taking pictures of her at a later time at the police department.
Okay. After you got to the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You were working with Officer Kenny then at that time and you were having him take pictures with his phone, correct?
He used my department issued phone to take the pictures.
Okay. Ultimately, you found out that she went to St. Vincent's Hospital to get some medical care for the lacerations on her fingers, on her thumbs, correct?
I did not know that she went to St. Vincent's to get medical care.
Okay. Find any knives on her?
I remember retrieving some items from her person. I don't remember if there was a knife there or not.
Any
When I
guns?
searched her incident to arrest, I don't remember if she had a knife on her or not.
Any guns on her?
I'm sorry?
Any guns?
No.
Okay. At some point then, after she was handcuffed, you had some safety concerns, correct? Or,
Yes.
And other officers did as well?
Yes, other officers had safety concerns inside the apartment.
Okay. And so they unholstered their service revolvers, correct?
Duty weapons.
Duty weapons. And then they directed their attention to the hallway of apartment 1, correct?
They directed their attention to an apartment that was on the lower level inside that common entrance area.
And that was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment, apartment 1?
I'm not sure who the apartment is leased to. I just know that she was associated to that apartment per dispatch.
And the other officers were directing their attention to Scott Holmes from apartment 1, correct?
I'm sorry?
The other officers were directing their attention to a person by the name of Scott Holmes in apartment 1, is that fair?
Yes, they were directing their attention to a male inside the apartment.
And he was ordered to the ground at gunpoint, correct?
I remember them ordering him to come out. I don't remember whether he was on the ground at gunpoint or not. My attention was on Mission Business at the time.
And you had Miss Schabusiness come in and basically stand on the steps and ultimately sit down on the steps, correct? You gave her those commands?
I did.
And there was a wall blocking the stairs and the hallway, is that fair?
So the stairway was to the right of the hallway, and there was a short wall. I had her sit on the steps, and you can partially see outside in the hallway where I was at, but I couldn't see what was going on by the apartment.
And then at some point then after Mr. Holmes was secured, then you walked Miss Schabusiness to your cruiser, your SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you had her take a seat in the back seat, correct?
I did.
And then you asked her, do you know why we're here, correct?
Yes.
You rolled the window down or something, correct?
I may have rolled the window down.
And did she say a warrant? Yeah, a warrant? Or words to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. And then you rolled the window up and then you transported her over to the Green Bay Police Department, is that fair?
I did transport her to the Green Bay Police Department.
That gold minivan that you looked at, that belonged to Scott Holmes, correct?
I don't know who the minivan belonged to.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect? Mr.
We are.
Summers? Okay, thank you, sir. You can step. State's next witness.
Lieutenant Buckman.
All right, if you could just step up right over here, sir, and before you have a seat, you can turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Name is Lieutenant Tom Buckman, Buchmann.
Okay, and Mr. Lizzie, the witness is yours.
Lieutenant Buckman, can you state how you are employed?
I'm a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with the Green Bay Police Department since 2009, but I've been in law enforcement with 2 other agencies since 1996.
And you indicated your current position is lieutenant. How long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 2013.
And prior to your practical law enforcement experience, do you have any education and training to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes. I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and then I attended the Illinois State Police Academy, and then the equivalency test over in Wisconsin to transfer my previous certification over to Wisconsin, and then ongoing training.
throughout the years.
Were you working as a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called in to assist with an ongoing homicide investigation in the early morning hours of that date?
Yes.
What was your role upon initial call-in or response?
I was called in to assist on the road because the officers and supervisors were tied up with the investigation. When I arrived, I spoke with Lieutenant Sobiak, who was sitting on the shift commander's desk. He informed me that
Objection here, Sarah.
I'm merely trying to have him set the table for what he was being asked to do. I don't need a specific answer to that question, though.
All right, questions withdrawn. Go ahead.
After speaking with Lieutenant Sobiak, what did you do?
I went out to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue. I was informed that there was a gold minivan at that location that was associated with the defendant in the case.
Were you aware who the registered owner of that particular minivan was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Last name was Thones.
And you indicated you were informed that that van was associated with the defendant. Who are we talking about?
It would be Taylor Schabusiness.
And did you then travel out to the 2353 Eastman Avenue address?
Yes.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Well, there were Brown County deputies that had discovered the van, and they had kept the van under surveillance until they were receiving further instructions on what to do with the van. So myself and other Green Bay officers arrived on the scene and took over surveillance of the van and the apartment building until we received further instructions.
What did your surveillance entail?
Well, we just watched the area where the van was parked at the apartment complex. After a short time, I spoke with a lieutenant that was working the case and asked him what he wanted us to do with the van. And they informed us that they didn't know at that point in the investigation whether Schabusiness was potentially another victim or a suspect, or had the association, what association she had with the victim, or what her role was in the incident. So they told us to approach the van and to try to make contact at the apartment with Taylor Schabusiness and see what we could ascertain from that investigation.
And what steps did you take to do that?
So myself and a couple of officers walked up towards the van. As we approached the van, we looked inside the windows just to see if there was anything, any people inside of it, or any, we knew at that point they hadn't found the body of the victim yet. So we were seeing if there was a body in the van or anything that would stick out as being obvious associated with the crime. As we were stepping next to the van, we were also looking on the ground for footprints leading from the van. I happened to be on the passenger side. I did not see any footprints in the snow at that point from right outside the van. Then while we were standing next to the van doors unlocked. We heard them unlock. And then the parking lights flashed, which is an indicator that somebody is using a key fob to unlock the van.
At that point, what did you do?
So the officers looked at each other, kind of thought, well, somebody just unlocked this van. A couple of seconds later, Taylor Schabusiness walked out the front door. It's the apartment complex it's got a main door that's shared with the apartments inside. She walked out of the main door of the apartment complex. I recognized her immediately because I already looked up her picture. So I recognized her and I immediately started approaching her along with other officers. I told her to keep her hands out of her pockets, and another officer put handcuffs on her and placed her under arrest. She had a warrant at that time. Excuse me. She had a warrant at that time, and we knew about the warrant. So they placed her under arrest for the warrant.
Thank you. Did you make any specific observations of Ms. Schabusiness's person when you approached her?
I did not specifically, but I heard officers talking that she had blood on her.
Objection, you're safe. Move to strike.
That's fine.
Okay, I'll
Actually,
sustain the objection. The answer is strictly to the extent that you got it out. So go ahead.
were you able to observe Ms. Schabusiness's face when you approached her?
Yes.
And how did her face appear?
She appeared to be in shock or very surprised to see us. I equate it to a deer in the headlights kind of look, or a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
And you indicate that officers then placed her under arrest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes.
And were officers giving commands to Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
And was she responding to those commands?
Yeah, she was complying with their commands.
Did she appear to understand what officers were saying?
Yes.
Did she appear to have any difficulty or trouble communicating with officers or following commands?
No.
After Ms. Schabusiness was placed under arrest, what did you do?
I then asked what apartment she came from the officers. They informed me that it was apartment 1. I immediately went inside the apartment building. We knew that we had to secure the apartment that she was in. Ms. Schabusiness had blood on her hands when she was arrested. So we knew at that point that there was, she was obviously involved in the incident, in the homicide. So we had to secure that apartment for maybe other victims or other suspects or evidence that would be inside that apartment. So we secured the apartment. I approached the apartment door and pulled out my handgun and held the door. The door was ajar at apartment 1, and I had other officers come in
we were going to make entry into the apartment to secure it for any other suspects that might be inside for officer safety.
Did you make contact with any individuals when you arrived at apartment number 1?
Yes, the registered owner of the vehicle, Mr. Thomes, he opened up the door to apartment 1 before we went inside or did anything. He walked out into the lobby area of the apartment building, the main corridor. I gave him instructions to lay down on the ground, put his hands out at his side. He followed those instructions. He was handcuffed by another officer for officer safety, and he was removed from the hallway so that we could enter the apartment.
Did you do a initial sweep of the apartment for officer safety?
Yes, we did.
And again, the purpose of that was merely to sort of secure it then and maintain it for future evidence collection?
Yes, it was to check for suspects that might be hiding in the apartment, also to look for victims, and then to just secure the apartment. So we were only looking for people at that point.
On that initial sweep, did you notice anything in plain view?
No, I did not.
Did you notice anything else as you were leaving the apartment?
When I was leaving the apartment, I did notice on the floor in the main area where approximately where Mr. Thomes was laying down at when I had commanded him to lay down on the ground, I could see a like a tissue that had what looked like to be blood on it and a cigarette. And I pointed those out to Sergeant Schilling. Stayed on scene. I pointed those items out to Sergeant Schilling so that he could let the detectives know that those items were there and whether they wanted to collect them as evidence or not.
And after leaving the apartment, what did you do?
So then I walked out of the apartment and I was informed that there was footprints and possibly a few drops of blood in the snow outside leading up to the apartment building. I then had Officer Whitman, who was on the scene, secure that area with crime scene tape so that it would be preserved for when detectives would come later.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Lieutenant Buckman, good morning.
Morning.
A couple questions for you, sir. So on February 23rd of 2022, you were asked to go to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue.
Yes.
Did you get a call from like at home or what?
Well, they called me at home to report into work. I reported into work and then was instructed by the lieutenant that was at the desk, at the shift commander's desk, to go out to 2300 block of Eastman.
What time did you report into work? Do you know?
I think it was like 4:42 in the morning.
Was that kind of like your normal shift or is that?
No, I would have started at 6 a.m. They called me in early because of the incident.
Okay. What time did you get to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue? Approximately.
Maybe 10 minutes later.
And you took your own squad car?
Yeah, I took a squad car that was available.
When you got to the apartment complex, did you park near Officer Garth Russell's squad?
I parked at the east end of the complex. I don't remember if I was next to Officer, I might have been next to Officer Russell and Officer Cups. I don't remember exactly who was all next to me. And I think it might have changed at different times depending on where we were stationed on the parking lot.
You had to walk up, correct?
Yeah, we parked our vehicles further away and we walked up on foot.
What's the purpose of parking farther away?
When you approach in the car, you, it's easier to see a car approaching than it is a person on foot. And so you want to have that kind of surprise or stealth to be able to walk up on something. If you don't know what you're approaching, we just had a homicide. So we're obviously concerned about people that might be involved in that homicide in the area. We want to approach on foot. You can hear things better if you approach on foot. You can hear, you don't have the car engine noise and the radio from the inside the squad car and whatnot, making additional noise that you won't be able to hear what's going on around you.
And parking back like that, is it true that then you can kind of see the big picture as you walk up to a scene?
Sure.
Okay. You had learned that there was an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes.
And was it true that you were told to try to make contact with Taylor D. Schabusiness?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Bagoon.
Okay. And so you looked up a picture of her to see what she looked like, correct?
Yes, I knew that. I knew her face already because when I was going out to the area, they informed me that Taylor Schabusiness had some sort of relationship with the victim, and so we were going out there because this minivan was associated with Taylor Schabusiness. I didn't know all the details of the homicide because I never went to the scene there. I was just told that this van had an association with Taylor Schabusiness. So when I'm going out there to determine what's going on with Taylor Schabusiness, I wanted to know what she looked like before I got there.
Okay, thank you. Fair to say you'd never met her before, correct?
I don't believe I've ever met her before.
And when you drove to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, you walked up. Did you see the gold Chrysler minivan parked?
Yes.
Where did you see it parked? In relation to like the front door.
So if you go straight out the front door, if you're coming out the door of the apartment building, a few spaces to the right. So not far from the front of the apartment building.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was a long line of vehicles that were parked in front of the complex? Is that fair?
There's several. Yeah, there's several vehicles parked there.
And were there vehicles parked on either side of the minivan?
I know there was a vehicle parked on the right. I don't remember if there was one parked on the left or not. I think there was, but parked on the, if you're driving into the spot, the passenger side, because it was pulled forward like you normally would pull into a spot. And then on the passenger side was the side that I approached. And that I remember there being another vehicle there.
Okay. When you approached on the passenger side, did you have a flashlight where you looked in the vehicle?
Yeah, briefly.
Did you see anything that was unusual or concerning?
No, I didn't see anything that would spark my attention.
And when you were approaching the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, was it true that you didn't know, that it was unknown whether Ms. Shabusiness was a suspect or victim? Is that fair?
Right, we didn't know.
But you and other investigating officers were told to be on the lookout for this van, correct?
Yes.
And you found it parked, correct?
I didn't find it parked. Brown County deputies found it parked.
Then you were told that this is the van that's a concern?
I was told that this was a van associated with Mr. Business.
Did you later come to find out that the van was owned by Scott Holmes?
Yes, I knew that when we approached it.
Officer Russell was dealing with Ms. Shabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And your task was to focus on whoever else was inside of apartment 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you drew your duty weapon, correct?
Yes.
And then you walked down the hall?
Yeah, it's a very short hall. Yeah. To the front of the apartment.
And you ordered Mr. Scott Holmes, to get on the ground?
Yes.
And he complied?
Yes.
Did he get a little feisty with you where he was throwing chairs and wondering or yelling, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, he didn't really understand what was going on, but he did comply with my orders.
And at least at this point, your investigation was not far enough into it where you could understand what role any of these parties had, correct?
That's correct.
As it relates to the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And Officer Russell was there, Officer Fisher was there, you were there, is that true?
Yes.
Officer Cups, and Officer Whitman was also there, right?
That's correct.
Officer Fisher was the one that handcuffed Scott Holmes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you did a safety sweep of the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Apartment 1, right?
Yes.
And fair to say that you did not see anything in plain view that would be associated with a homicide?
That is correct.
You didn't see any large pools of blood, bloody knives, or body parts in the apartment, correct?
I did not see any of those things inside the apartment in plain view.
Okay. And then as you were leaving the apartment, when Mr. Holmes was on the floor outside the apartment, there was a small towel-like item, correct?
Yeah, he was no longer on the floor. It's the approximate spot where he was on the floor.
Okay. But it was by him?
It was by where he was.
Okay. Ms. Shabusiness got taken away before Mr. Holmes was exited out of the apartment complex. Is that fair?
I don't know if she was taken away. When I separated from, okay, so Officer Russell put her in custody, put her in handcuffs, and then I entered the apartment building. I did not see Ms. Shabusiness after that. So I don't know at what point they left. I don't know if she was in the back of a squad car, if she'd left the scene, or.
And then after this, you brought Mr. Holmes to a squad car, correct?
I did not.
A different officer did?
Yeah, an officer did.
Okay. Was it Officer Fisher?
I don't know.
Then
I was inside the apartment, clearing the apartment. So
okay.
What happened outside the apartment, I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. After that, then did you go check around the apartment complex?
Yes, I did.
You checked the dumpsters?
Yep.
And you checked the parking lot for any indication of evidence?
Yes.
Did you find anything?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect? Okay, thank you, Officer.
Thank you.
Council, I think we're going to break for lunch. It's 11:45. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break right now, and I'd ask you to be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. So about an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and we'll get underway promptly at 1 o'clock. All rise, please. Anything to take up before we break, Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Furley? No. All right, then we are in session until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Anything to bring up before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in then. Okay, be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The case is still with the state, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Saunders. Do you have another witness?
State calls Officer Tim Kenny.
Sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
First name is Tim, last name Kenny, Kenney.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol officer with the City of Green Bay.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
And is that the sum total of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
I do.
And did you have reason to assist Officer Russell with photographing an individual on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to take these photographs?
I was at the Green Bay Police Department and he took me to an interview room.
Okay. And did Officer Russell have custody of an individual?
Yes.
And did you learn who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Taylor Schabusiness.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting for us?
She's sitting at the defendant's table.
And then what she's wearing?
Looks like a black cover with a black and blue blouse.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask the record reflect witness identify the defendant.
Okay, we'll still reflect.
And then what were you asked to do with respect to photographing the Schabusiness?
There were, I guess, cuts on her hands and blood on her clothing, which I was asked to photograph.
And did you document, I guess, the exterior clothing areas?
Yes.
Those are photographs that you took?
Yes, they were.
All right, you showing us the mark, units 82 through 86. I'll ask you to look through those. I'll ask if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be the photographs that I took of her external clothing.
I think I move exhibits 82 through 86.
Any objection to 82 through 86?
Exhibits 84 and 85 appear to be the same, so duplicity, so I check.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll hold receipt of those exhibits. I'll hold a decision on receiving those exhibits until the break. Nonetheless, go ahead. Are you planning on publishing them?
I was.
Okay,
They're
let me see
different
them.
photographs.
Let me just see them. Mr. Freilich, you're objecting to duplication of which ones?
Exhibit 84 and 85, Your Honor. They appear to be the same picture for sweatpants.
Any response, Mr. Saunders?
They're different photographs. One is an overall the legs. One it focuses on one leg in particular.
Yeah, I'm satisfied these photos are different. Mr. Freilich is right. They are taken of similar areas, but they're differently focused, the photos are different. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I will receive 82 through 86, and you can publish those to the jury if you so choose.
Thank you. Okay, Judge, can we get the lights in? Yep, just briefly. Thank you. Okay, officer, are we observing exhibit 82 currently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and what does 82 depict?
That would be the outer sweatshirt she was wearing, which had dried blood on it.
And then 83, are we viewing that now?
Yes.
Okay, and what is 83?
The rear of the sweatshirt, which had dried blood on the lower part of it.
And then 84?
Would be the black sweatpants she was wearing.
And then 85?
The left leg of the black sweatpants.
Did you also observe a substance on that area?
Yes, there appeared to be matted blood in the area of the knees.
And then 86?
Would be the right leg of the black sweatpants.
And do exhibits 82 through 86, do those appear to be consistent with the clothing Schabusiness was wearing as you encountered her on February 23rd?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freeland.
Officer Kenny, you made some assumptions with regards to what was on those sweatpants, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any testing, correct?
I did not know.
Do you make comments like that before you verify what the results are? Is that
As,
correct?
as to what it appeared to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you were given a police cell phone from Officer Garth Russell, correct?
Correct.
And there was some discussion when Mr. Business was in the interview room about bringing in water, correct?
Possibly.
And then you were told, or someone was told not to bring the water, correct?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Now you observed cuts on Mr. Business's fingers. Oh. Okay, that's okay. Sorry. Could you repeat that last question back, please?
You were told by someone you were told not to bring the water, correct? I don't recall this possible.
Okay. You did observe cuts on Mr. Business's fingers and thumbs. Is that fair?
Yes.
Some of the cuts were quite deep. Is that fair?
Yes.
You used a cell phone to take the pictures that we just saw. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there? Did you have to download it, or what did you do?
I returned the phone to Officer Russell, who advised that he would later upload the photos into the case.
Okay. Were you present at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did you go there with Officer Russell and Lieutenant Buckman?
No, I left the station and went there. Officer Russell, I believe, stayed at the station, and I went to assist with the scene there then.
Okay. Were you part of the arrest of Taylor Schabusiness or Scott Thomas?
No, I was not part of the arrest.
Okay. You were just there to provide cover?
I came after the fact, I guess, to assist with security and look for lack of a better term, body parts.
Okay. Did you find any?
I did not know.
And we're talking about the Eastman Avenue apartment, correct?
Yes.
And did you see the gold colored Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was parked on the north side.
Right in front of the building?
Yeah, in the parking lot on the north side.
Okay. Did you see anything unusual about the minivan?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Officer Kenny.
You direct?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Officer Leah Whitman.
Okay, officer, if you want to step up over this way, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. And please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Officer Leah Whitman, W-H-I-T-M-A-N.
And witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
A little over 3 years.
Were you working as a patrol officer with Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
I was going to assist in picking up a suspect in a case that occurred on Stony Brook Lane.
And what did you do at the Eastman Avenue residence?
I just held a perimeter spot at first on one of the corners of the building, and then we were told that we were going to make contact with the vehicle that was seen in the parking lot, and I assisted in being like I was part of the arrest team with that.
After, I should say, which individuals were, I guess, arrested at that point?
It was Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. After that, did you conduct a protective sweep of that residence?
I assisted in it, yes.
All right. And did you look at any other individuals inside the apartment?
Yes, a male by the name of Scott Thomas.
And when you were done doing the protective sweep, what did you do after that point?
I assisted with putting up crime scene tape around the van, as well as kind of blocking off the entrance to the Eastman apartment complex, and then I started a crime scene log as well for Eastman.
And what is the purpose of a crime scene log?
It's just to protect the integrity of the crime scene, making sure nobody that is unauthorized goes in to the crime scene, and everybody that is authorized to assist in the investigation signs in and then signs out, so we can keep record of who goes in and out.
And was that done with respect to the Eastman Avenue apartment building?
Yeah.
As well as the van that was outside?
Yes.
And both areas were sort of cordoned off by crime scene tape as well?
Correct.
When you were completed with those tasks, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes, I was asked to go back to the police department and assist in collecting clothing that Ms. Taylor was wearing.
Okay. And what clothing did you assist in collecting from?
I collected a black tank top, black sweatpants, a black bra, and then purple underwear.
And I guess, was that done in a separate area that wasn't being monitored, I suppose?
Yeah, we went into a separate interview room where there were no cameras, and my body camera was off, so we could give her privacy while she undressed.
And the items of clothing that Schabusiness was wearing, those were the items you listed off earlier?
Yes.
And did you take custody of those?
Yes.
When you're taking custody items of evidence such as clothing, what steps do you take to ensure the integrity of that item of evidence?
I've ensured that I was wearing gloves so I didn't get any of like my DNA or anything on the clothing. And then I packaged them in a brown paper bag due to them saying, I was told by a detective that there was possibly some red matter on there that could have been blood. We put them in a brown paper bag to make sure that if it was still wet, it wouldn't get contaminated by any kind of like plastic or anything.
That protocol you outlined, is that consistent with your training and how to collect items of evidence?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case as well?
Yes.
When you collected the, I think you said tank top, bra, sweatpants, and underwear, is that right?
Correct.
What did you do with those items once they were bagged?
Give them to Detective Kemp.
And I guess, was he responsible for then entering it into evidence to your knowledge?
Yeah, yep. He took custody of it and entered it into evidence or the drying rack for clothing that's soiled in either like bodily fluids or anything. I'm not sure what he did afterwards.
And was Miss Business provided alternative clothing?
Yeah, they provided yellow scrubs, I would call them, for her to wear.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fairley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Whitman, did you observe cuts on Taylor Schabusiness's fingers or thumbs?
Not that I recall. I wasn't looking. I was just focused on getting clothing and making sure she got dressed.
You initially went over to 2353 Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
And did you ride with anybody?
Sorry.
Did you ride with someone or did you take your own squad car?
I was in my own squad car.
Okay. And then you met up with Officer Garth Russell?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Buckman?
Correct.
Anybody else?
I think there was a couple other officers there as well.
Was there an Officer Fisher there?
Yes.
And did you park a distance away?
Yes.
And then you walked up?
Correct.
Did you walk up on your own or did you walk in conjunction with the other officers?
I walked up on my own.
Did you park quite a distance away so you could see what was going on?
Yeah, I parked in, I believe, the northwest corner of the parking lot, so I was still out of sight, but I could see the van and the entrance to Eastman from my point of view.
Were you told to be looking for a van?
Yes.
What kind of van?
It was just a tan Chrysler van with a license plate of 580ZJZ.
At some point then you walked up to the van?
Correct.
The back of the van had snow on the back windshield?
From what I remember, yes.
Snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you walked up, it was dark outside?
Correct.
What time was this about?
Oh, I don't recall.
After midnight?
I can't really give a for sure time on when that happened.
Did you at some point hear anything or see anything with regards to lights coming on the minivan?
Yes, the lights, like the flashing lights came on, indicating either the van was being unlocked or locked at that time.
Did you walk around the van?
Yes.
Is that before you heard the lights come on or saw the lights come on? Or
Yes.
after? Before?
Before.
Okay. And this van were there vehicles on either side of the van?
I don't recall.
Were numerous vehicles parked in front of the complex?
Yes.
Did you walk around the entire perimeter of the van?
No.
Which side did you walk on? The driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
Did you have a flashlight?
Yes.
Did you use it?
Yep.
What did you do with the flashlight?
I just watched the ground to make sure I didn't compromise any kind of evidence that might have been on the ground at the time.
Did you use your flashlight to look in the van?
I looked into the driver's seat and that was it to make sure it was unoccupied.
At some point, did you have contact with Officer Russell near the van?
Yeah.
Was he raising his voice as to be careful where you step?
Yes.
And at some point then, did you see someone come out of the building?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Taylor.
And what did you do then?
I just assisted with the arrest team.
Okay.
I didn't put handcuffs on, but I was there as a presence in case they needed assistance.
You walked up to the front door where Mr. Business was, correct?
Correct.
She was standing on the porch under a overhang, correct?
Correct.
She was outside?
Correct.
She was cooperative?
Correct.
When you looked at her, her demeanor, was it calm?
Yes.
Did she cooperate with you and the other officers?
Yes.
Was it Officer Garth Russell? Was he the one that put handcuffs and arrested her?
I don't recall.
Did you see Ms. Shabusiness fighting?
No.
She was compliant?
Yes.
At some point then, did you see Officer Russell take her back inside the apartment building and go over by the stairs?
I don't recall that.
At some point, did you and other officers become concerned for your safety?
No.
Did you have to draw your service revolver?
We did, yes.
You did?
We did.
You took your duty weapon out?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you hear yelling for a male to come out of apartment 1?
Yes.
And that was Scott Holmes?
Yes.
And were you part of that process?
Briefly.
Okay. Did you assist Officer Russell with bringing Ms. Shabusiness to the squad car?
No.
Okay. He did that on his own?
Yeah.
Okay. And
No,
you
I'm not sure.
did you assist the other officer that was dealing with Scott Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. After all that was done, then were you told to go back to the station?
Yes.
Who told you to go back to the station? Do you know?
I believe it was Detective Kemp called me.
Who did?
Kemp?
Okay. Excuse me. Kevin Kemp?
Yes.
Detective, right?
Detective, yes.
Did you do a protective sweep?
I assisted with it.
Did you find any body parts or anything that was cause for concern?
not to not to my knowledge.
Okay. And you help with doing the crime scene log?
Correct.
Is that where you log people in and log people out?
Yes.
Did you put up crime scene tape?
Yes.
Where?
It was around the van and then around the front entrance of Eastman to kind of block that part of the crime scene off.
You did all that before you left, correct?
Correct.
How long do you think you were at Eastman Avenue?
I don't know, maybe an hour.
Okay. And then you collected these items, the tank top, the sweatpants, the bra, and the underwear, correct?
Correct.
And they were all sealed in a brown paper bag?
I did not seal them. I just put them in the brown paper bag and gave them to Detective Cam.
Okay, then he dealt with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Kevin Scott.
Right, sir, right up this way. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you in the roll.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Kevin Scott.
Okay, and Mr. Jose, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. Can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And how long have you worked as a DNA analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
And is all of your work as a DNA analyst, is that with the State Crime Lab in Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Could you briefly address your educational background and training that you've had that qualifies you to work in that capacity?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree majoring in biochemistry from UW-Madison. When I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covered every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses. In addition to that, I received at least 8 hours of annual training every year.
And is there any certifications that you or your laboratory hold in order to conduct DNA analysis?
Our laboratory is accredited. Accreditation is a process in which the lab undergoes external audits by an outside agency in order to ensure that we are following our own procedures and established procedures in the forensic science community.
No, you mentioned previously that you are required to have about 8 hours of training every year. Do you do all of the training that is required of you?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say you typically have more than 8 hours of training in a year?
Some years I might. 8 hours is just the minimum.
Do you, as part of your work with the crime lab, put together a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
What is a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is similar to a resume. It's a document that we use at the lab that outlines my position, training, and experience.
Mr. Scott, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you review that document for me?
Yes, Exhibit 87 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
Do you believe that is an accurate and up-to-date statement?
Yes, it is.
I move for admission of Exhibit 87, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right, 87 will be received.
Mr. Scott, can you discuss what your general duties are as a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, as a DNA analyst, I examine crime scene evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those bodily fluids or from any other source of DNA such as skin cells from touched items. I then attempt to generate a DNA profile. I analyze those DNA results and I make comparisons to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals. I will then prepare a written report of my results and conclusions.
And can you have any sort of estimate as to how many times you have conducted analysis of DNA samples?
I've worked somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 cases, and each case can consist anywhere from one item of evidence upwards of several dozen, depending on the case.
Is it fair to say that in your career you've analyzed thousands of DNA samples?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court in the past regarding your findings as to your DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Have you been accepted as an expert witness in courts in the state of Wisconsin regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Scott, as part of your work with the State Crime Lab, were you asked to assist in an investigation of a homicide case from the city of Green Bay with a case named Shad Thyrion?
Yes, I was.
And in terms of how cases are identified at the lab, can you talk about what the lab does when they receive a request from law enforcement to analyze for DNA?
Yes. When a case is submitted to the lab, law enforcement will bring the evidence to the lab or otherwise ship it to the lab. Our evidence technicians will give that case a crime lab case number, and each item submitted under that case will get a crime lab item designation. Each item gets its own item letter, starting with letter A. Next item would be letter B, and so on.
Did you have any more? I apologize if I cut you off.
Once I'm assigned to a case, I will then pick up those items of evidence, bring it down to my lab bench, and then start the physical examination of the evidence at that point.
When law enforcement submits a case to the lab for DNA analysis, are there any sort of submission guidelines that the lab gives to law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we do have submission guidelines for evidence that's submitted to the lab. This attempts to reduce the number of items that submit to the lab as a resource management tool, just so we aren't overwhelmed with a large number of items. For a homicide type case, we ask that the submitting agency, the law enforcement agency, try to limit their first round of submission to 10 items of evidence.
Are there occasions where a law enforcement agency may then submit subsequent items to the lab after the initial 10 are sent?
Yes, that does occur sometimes.
And what are typically the circumstances in which a law enforcement agency might submit things in addition to the 10?
It will depend on the case. Most often it's because a probative link to a possible perpetrator has not been established yet.
Is it typical that once a probative link to a perpetrator is established that no additional items are sent to the crime lab?
Again, it will vary by the case, but I would say typically that's true.
Essentially, what is the purpose or the investigative purpose of using DNA analysis in a case? Or can that vary by case?
Yes, that can vary by case.
Obviously, is one of the primary goals to identify a potential perpetrator?
Yes.
And typically, once that has been established, you may not receive additional submissions unless there's some other specific evidentiary purpose for submitting items to the lab.
Objection, lady.
Overruled. Answer if you can.
Could you please repeat the question?
Is it typical then that once that identification has been made regarding a suspect, that additional items would not be sent to the lab unless there's some other specifically identified purpose for the testing?
Generally, that's true, yes.
In this particular case, or actually I'll ask before this particular case, generally do you prepare a report regarding your findings of DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
And in this particular case, did you prepare such a report?
Yes, I did. Yes, Exhibit 88 is a copy of the DNA report that I authored in this case dated April 1, 2022.
What is the lab case number that's associated with this case?
Our crime lab case number is M22-636.
And what is the case name?
The case name is Shad Thyrion.
Mr. Scott, does the report outline the items that you received from law enforcement for purpose of analysis?
Yes, it does.
And what items were received in this case?
I received a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. That was item A. Item B was right-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. Item C was left-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. Item D was oral swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Thyrion. Item E was swab reportedly from a blade. Item F was a swab reportedly from a red substance inside of a box. Item G were swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. Item H was sweatpants. Item I was penile swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Thyrion. And item J was a swab reportedly from a dildo.
I would note you listed several items that were obtained. Many of those are swabs. One of those items was not a swab. Can you talk about the difference between receiving swabs and receiving an item?
Yes, typically the evidence submitted to the lab will either be an item, like a physical item of evidence, such as the sweatpants in this case, or it can be from a sample taken from an item of evidence by the law enforcement agency, which is typically a swab of a item. Swabbing is an oversized Q-tip that is moistened with some water and rubbed up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto that swab. And then we use the cotton head from that swab for our further DNA processing. And depending on the law enforcement agency and how they do things, either those swabs or the full item of evidence is submitted to the lab.
And with respect to item H, the sweatpants, where you receive the actual item, what is your process then for processing and analyzing an item such as that?
Once I pick up the item of evidence, I will perform a physical examination, typically looking for any staining that may be on the item, that may be from a bodily fluid that's relevant to the case. This is commonly reddish-brown color staining, which could be from blood, which is what I was examining the sweatpants in this case for.
Is receiving a swab versus receiving the item, is one of those forms better or worse than the other, or are they both commonly accepted forms?
They're both commonly accepted forms.
And prior to conducting DNA analysis, do you sometimes do screening on the items that you receive?
Yes, screening is what we refer to the physical examination and testing for bodily fluids and sample collection from the items.
And did you do any such screening in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what screening did you conduct?
So for this case, I was testing some of the items for the possible presence of blood. From the right-hand swabs, item B from Taylor Schabusiness, and the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, item C, blood was identified on those swabs. Then from a few other items, the swab from the blade, the swab from the red substance inside the box, the sweatpants, and the swab from the dildo, presumptive testing for blood was also present, or presumptive testing for blood was positive on those 4 items.
Can you describe the difference between actually being able to identify blood with one form of testing and then the presumptive testing with respect to the other items?
Yes, at our lab we commonly use 2 different types of testing for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive testing for blood, This is a very quick test that relies on a color change after dropping a couple chemicals on the sample, and it doesn't require very much sample to be taken. However, that test is called a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could possibly cause a positive result, even if blood is not present. This is some of the things that might cause that are rust, some metals, and some vegetable extracts could induce a positive result even if blood is not present. However, that is the more typical test that we use at our lab, just because of how quick and how little sample it uses. Another type of test that we have is a confirmatory test, which confirms the presence of blood on an object. For this case, I performed that confirmatory test on the right and the left-hand swabs. Those were both positive, and I concluded that blood was identified on those swabs.
And with respect to the items where you have the presumptive test, is that the only test that you did was the presumptive test? That is, you didn't then use the confirmatory test on those items?
Correct.
And can you explain, is there a reason why you make the choice to do presumptive with one and confirmatory with the other items?
It can depend on the sample. If the presence of blood is very important to a case, I might choose to perform that confirmatory test. Or if for some reason I might think that the presumptive test was positive due to one of those things that might cause a false positive result, I might choose to do a confirmatory test. It could also just depend on the amount of sample I have available to me.
Were there items where either a confirmatory or presumptive test for blood was conducted where blood was not located?
Yes. From the swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, that test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on those swabs from the light switch.
And are there other types of presumptive testing that can be done for other substances?
Yes, we can also test for saliva and semen.
And did you conduct any presumptive testing for saliva in this case?
Yes, I did. I performed a presumptive test for saliva on the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion. That test was positive, and I concluded that presumptive testing for saliva was positive on those penile swabs.
Is there a confirmatory test for saliva like there is for blood?
We do not have one in our lab.
So there's merely the presumptive testing for saliva, and that is what you did on the penile swabs?
Yes.
And did you do any testing for the potential presence of sperm?
Yes, I did.
And where did you conduct that test?
I tested the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion, and I did not identify sperm cells. I concluded that sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
And those are is that all of the screening tests that you did prior to DNA analysis?
For bodily fluids, yes.
And just to confirm, you do that prior to the DNA analysis?
That's correct.
Subsequently, did you then perform DNA analysis on the items that you received?
Yes, I did.
Just briefly, before we go into those specifics, can you describe for the jury what DNA is?
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body. DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
And why is DNA a valuable tool in criminal investigations or in identifying potential individuals?
Yeah, so DNA is valuable because different people will have different DNA profiles. With the exception of identical twins will share the same DNA profile. Almost everybody else will have different DNA profiles, and that allows us to compare DNA profiles taken from items of evidence to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals to see if those profiles match or not.
And what are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well. DNA can also be found in other cells such as skin cells that are commonly left behind on touched items.
Is the DNA from a particular person the same throughout their body despite the source of that DNA?
Yes, regardless of which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
Now, turning back to the DNA analysis that you conducted in this case, can you first describe the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Can you please clarify your question?
Sure. Well, what is autosomal STR DNA as opposed to other types of DNA like YSTR DNA analysis?
Yeah, so at our lab, we have two different types of DNA analysis available to us. The more common one is referred to as autosomal STR DNA analysis. Autosomal refers to the DNA that everybody will have, both males and females. Everybody has 23 pairs of chromosomes in their body. 22 of those are referred to as autosomal chromosomes, and the last pair are referred to as the sex chromosomes. So males will have an X and Y sex chromosome, and females will have two X chromosomes. When we perform the autosomal analysis, we generate a DNA profile from any DNA that's present in that sample. The other option available to us is YSTR testing. YSTR testing generates a DNA profile only from the Y chromosome. So since only males have a Y chromosome and females do not, that YSTR testing will essentially ignore any female DNA that's present in a sample and only generate a profile from male DNA that's present. This is very helpful in samples in which there's a lot of female DNA and a very small amount or relatively small amount of male DNA compared to the female DNA. So if that male DNA is relevant to the case, we might want to perform this YSTR testing to try to help us determine the DNA profile from that Y chromosome. Now, unlike autosomal DNA profiles, Y STR profiles are not as discriminating because they are not unique to any one individual. Unrelated, or while most males will generally have different Y profiles, it is possible that unrelated males could just happen to share the same Y profile by chance. And we do expect that all paternally related male relatives, so male relatives who share a father-son type relationship, we would expect that they would also share the same Y profile as well.
So prior to doing your DNA analysis in this case, is there something that you need to do to prepare the samples to be analyzed?
Yes. So once I have my item of evidence, I will take my sample for DNA analysis and then extract or release the DNA that's present in that sample. This is done by adding some water with some chemicals and heating it up in order to break open those cells and release the DNA. I then purify the DNA sample by removing everything else that's not DNA. And once I have my purified DNA extract, I will then quantify that sample to see how much DNA is present. If there is a sufficient amount of DNA present in that sample, we will then try to generate a DNA profile. And depending on how much total human DNA or male DNA that's present in the sample, we will then choose at that point whether we attempt to generate an autosomal profile or a Y profile.
As you began your analysis of the individual items in this case, did you note items that appeared to be sort of what you might call standards for the individuals that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And which items were those?
So item A was a buccal swab standard reportedly from Taylor Schabusiness. A buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside of somebody's cheek, hoping to gather DNA from that person's mouth. We then process that buccal swab standard in the same manner as an item of evidence to generate a DNA profile, and we use that DNA profile as that person's DNA profile for the purpose of comparisons. I also received oral swabs, item D. Those oral swabs were from Shad Thyrion.
And were you able to develop single source profiles for both item A1 and item D1?
Yes, I was.
And what is a single source profile?
So when we generate a DNA profile, that DNA profile will either be single source or from just one individual, or it could be a mixture of DNA. So that DNA profile could have DNA from multiple individuals.
Which of those are more easier to work with when doing comparisons?
Typically single source profiles are easier, as we can just do a direct comparison between that single source profile and the profile from the DNA standards in order to see if they're consistent with each other or not.
So once you develop those single source profiles, presumably both for Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion, did you then conduct comparisons for subsequent items that were analyzed?
Yes, I did.
And specifically as it relates to item B1, what was item B1?
Item B1, to back up a little bit, item B were the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness. When I took a sample from that swab, I just cut a little bit of the swab off for DNA analysis. That cutting from the swab was called item B1 for the purposes of tracking within our system. So item B1 is also from the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness.
And what did your analysis, what were the results of your analysis with respect to that item B1?
I developed a 3-person mixture. So 3 different individuals contributed DNA to this mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male. At that point, I analyzed this DNA mixture using a computer program called StarMix. StarMix is a tool that we use at our lab to help us interpret DNA mixture profiles. It works by modeling the DNA mixture by trying to determine the most likely individual contributor profiles that, when mixed together, can explain the mixture that we observed or that we detected from the item. So at the end of the interpretation, what we have is a list of the most likely individual profiles that can explain this mixture. Once we have that list, we will then compare the DNA profiles from the people thought to be involved in the case in order to see if they do have one of those possible profiles. If they do not have one of those possible profiles, they are excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture, meaning that DNA mixture cannot be modeled using that person's DNA profile. Therefore, their DNA is not present. If their DNA is one of the possible profiles, then we will get a likelihood ratio.
All right, y'all. This is day 2, and we are, let's see here, 5 hours and 30 minutes in, and the whole thing was 8 hours and 50 minutes. So we got about 3 hours and 20 minutes left of this one and day 3. So we will pick back up tomorrow and get caught up on this. If you guys want to go live later, we can. I'll see what's going on, and if I decide to, or if we do our members only. I still haven't done our members only one, so maybe we'll do that tonight. I've been pretty busy, so I got to try to squeeze it in. But I appreciate y'all hanging out today and watching this. This case is crazy as hell. And yeah, I did just stream it through because I was trying to rush through it. I didn't want to stop for commentary every 20 seconds. I'm not going to monetize it. I'm not, you know what I mean? It's basically just here for us to catch up on together. And again, we'll watch tomorrow. We'll finish we'll pick up where we left off if you guys want to. Let's see here. What do we say? We're 5 hours and 30 minutes into this one. Day 2, 5 hours and 30 minutes in. All right, we'll pick up tomorrow morning where we left off on this trial. You guys have a good day. Thank you for hanging out, and I will possibly see y'all later for a chit chat.